Good morning and welcome to the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance and Invocation given by Commissioner Stacy White.
Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Heavenly Father, I pray that you will guide this board, our staff, and stakeholders as we make important decisions for arguably one of our most precious resources. Lord, as always, I pray for the members of our armed forces, our first responders, and in light of the COVID pandemic, I'll add in our frontline healthcare professionals as well. I pray that you will guide them each and every day, keep them safe. I ask for all of these blessings in your heavenly name. Amen.
Sorry. Thank you, Commissioner White. We'll now have a roll call for quorum.
Chair Kemp?
Here.
Overman? Smith?
Here.
Cohen?
Here.
Hagan?
Here.
Myers?
Here.
White?
Here.
You have a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Moreta, you're recognized for changes to the agenda.
Good morning, Commissioners. Joe Moreta, Development Services. For the record, we do have one change for the agenda. It's found on agenda page 9, item G3. This is RZ 20-0307. The applicant has withdrawn this application. Again, that's item G3 in the agenda. And I would draw your attention to time certain number 4. That's on the agenda as item G2, and that is a 10 o'clock time certain that was set, I believe, 2 hearings ago. That's item G2 that will be at 10 o'clock. If you'd like, I can go ahead and go into the withdrawal continuances and remand portions of the agenda as well. Item A1.
Mhm.
Item A1, pardon?
Go ahead.
Item A1 is PD 18-0996. This application is being continued by staff to the January 12th board meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A2, CDD 20-0845. The applicant is continuing the application to January 12th Board of Commissioners meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A3, PRS 20-0977. This application is being continued by staff to January 12th board meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A4, personal appearance 20-0516. This application is out of order and being continued to January 12th board meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A5, personal appearance 20-1029. This application is out of order and is being continued to the January 12th board meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A6, personal appearance 20-1106. This application is being continued by staff to January 12th board meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A7, personal appearance 20-1286. This application is being continued by staff to the January 12th board meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A8, personal appearance 20-1306. This application is being continued by staff to the January 12th board meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A9, personal appearance 20-1307. This application is out of order, being continued to January 12th board meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A10, personal appearance 20-1310. This application is being continued by staff to January 12th board meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A11, personal appearance 20-1312. This application is out of order and is being continued to the January 12th board meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A12, personal appearance 20-1315. This application is being continued by staff to the January 12th board meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A13, vacating petition V19-0007. This petition is being continued to January 12th board meeting, starting at 9 a.m. And finally, item A14, personal appearance 20-0574. This application has been withdrawn by the applicant. That concludes the changes, Commissioners.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the changes?
So moved.
Second.
Motion to approve the changes by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Smith. Can we have a roll call, please?
Kemp? Kemp?
Yes.
Overman? Overman?
Yes.
Smith? Smith?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. And next we'll move to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
And we have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Overman to approve the consent agenda. Can we have a roll call?
Kemp?
Yes.
Overman? Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes. Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. So anyone having a B item at this time, a B item, your item has just been approved on the consent agenda. Okay. And now we'll move to swearing in. If you plan on testifying today, please stand and raise your right hand and be sworn in by the clerk.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. And now we will move. Mr. Moreta.
Thank you, Commissioners. This brings us to item C1. This is a vacating petition V20-0022. The Real Estate Department will make the presentation and be available for questions. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. I should be sharing my screen. Okay, should be up. My name is Brian Dion on behalf of the Geospatial Land Acquisition Services Department. Item C1 is a right.
Brian, we're getting some interference with your microphone.
We seem to be having some issues.
Is this better?
It's better.
Okay. Thank you. This is item C1. It's a right-of-way vacate. Hillsborough County.
I'm sorry. If there's something happening, I'm not sure what. Should we maybe, if we can't get this straight, maybe we could move to the next item and move back to this?
Brian, please check your system settings in your mic.
It's working earlier. Can you hear me?
It should be right next to your mute button, the down arrow.
That was better.
That seems to have helped, whatever you did just now.
Okay. Is that better?
Yes,
sir. Yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Great. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry about that. This is item C1. It's a right-of-way vacate with Hillsborough County ID V20-0022. This is a petition by Thomas MLK LLC and Dynamic Property Investments LLC to vacate a portion of platted 14-foot wide right-of-way alley lying between lots 5 through 10 of Block 6 within the plan of Brown's addition to the town of Mango, recorded in Plat Book 1, page 5 of the Public Records of Hillsborough County. Petitioners desire to vacate the area to allow for redevelopment of the parcels. The proposed vacate area is located south of Martin Luther King Boulevard and east of US Interstate 75 in Sefner. The proposed vacate consists of approximately 2,520 square feet. The portion of the alley to the east has previously been vacated. The petition was routed to appropriate departments and agencies, and there are no objections to vacation of this portion of right-of-way. Staff recommends approval of this petition request. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, and if anyone would like to speak at this time, is there any speakers? I don't see any speakers signed up.
We have no one at Saunders.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to close the public hearing, and is there a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second.
There's a motion to approve by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Smith. If we could have a roll call.
Chair Kemp? Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Cohen? Hagan? Myers?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
On the agenda, this is a public hearing. It's for a personal appearance 20-01025. This is located in the Waimama area, specifically 1809 West Lake Drive. Commissioners, this is an amendment to a plan development to introduce some revised standards for Pod F within the PD. It's going to revise a building separation standard from 20 to 15, the front yard standard from 20 to 15, and also to introduce a functional side yard standard of 10 feet. Commissioners, this is being done primarily to accommodate the installation of electric utility boxes, which also provides a standard that will have them, the standard would be applicable to the boxes when they're installed, that they would have a 10-foot separation, and they would have to stay a minimum of 0.75 back from the property line. I believe Mr. Adam Gormley of our staff also wants to speak, or not our department head, I should say, not of our staff, wants to speak to this item as well. Thank you.
Department. I'd just like to highlight this item. It was on your agenda last month and was noted as non-support. Wanted to compliment TICO and the applicant for working with us to address the concerns or discomfort that we had with the application last month. This is a very unique project. I believe it's the first certainly in Hillsborough County where these ground-mounted utility boxes will not only take solar power and power the units, but they're also intended to potentially send power back to the grid. We're very pleased with the efforts that the applicant has made to allow us to bring this back before you with a recommendation of support. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to speak as a proponent? As a proponent? Is there anyone who wishes to speak as an opponent? Seeing no testimony. I'm sorry?
We do have the applicant.
Oh, I'm sorry.
to
I
share
just missed
something.
that. Excuse me. Go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Thank you.
My name is Colin Rice. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Shoemaker, Loop, and Kendrick, 101 East Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 2800, and I have been sworn. I want to thank you for your time this morning, and thank you to Mr. Gormley for his comments as well. We certainly have appreciated the professional courtesies from staff going through this process, and we're happy to be in good graces and with their support this morning. I'm here with Kristen Mora, land use attorney with TICO. And as was mentioned previously by Mr. Moreto, we have two requests this morning. The first is to modify the setbacks for townhomes and a certain portion of the PD to allow for golf cart garages. And the second is to allow for block boxes to exist in side yards of certain single family homes within this PD. And we'd like to show you a brief video just to kind of explain what the concept is. So I'll ask that we start that now.
Are we having some technical difficulties?
The world wants new energy solutions. City services, local businesses, and neighborhoods need cleaner, affordable, reliable energy delivered safely. Electricity needs to be smart and future-proof. But new solutions are complicated. They're tough to implement and don't integrate easily into existing utility systems. None solve all the problems. Until now. Introducing Block Energy, the smart energy platform designed to eliminate complexity and risk. Block Energy is a world's first, a fully functioning power system with plug-and-play technology that's purpose-built to work with utilities, delivering safe, cleaner energy with advanced resilience. Block Energy's simple kit of parts is modular and scalable to adapt to changing requirements and growing communities. No customized engineering or design required. Here's how it works. The system connects local generation and storage throughout communities of all sizes in self-sustaining block loops, using smart distributed controls, able to operate independently and interoperate seamlessly with the local utility grid. As communities grow, Block Energy expands without disruption, delivering truly frictionless installation and operation. The result is the most advanced distributed local power available today for neighborhoods and communities. Block Energy is part of the Amera family, active in Canada, the US, and the Caribbean, with 2.5 million customers, $34 billion in assets, and over $6 billion in annual revenue, and now, makers of Block Energy. Military tested, Block Energy is delivering the new standard for security and resiliency on Kirtland Air Force Base right now. Thank you to our development partners, Kirtland Air Force Base, Sandia National Labs, and the Department of Energy's Distributed Energy Technology Lab for making Block Energy's pilot program a success. Local networked grids are the future standard of electricity. With builds in progress across the U.S., Block Energy is the future of energy delivered today.
Okay, and so as you saw in the video just now, this pilot program, this concept involves really three components. It's distributed rooftop solar within this community, the block boxes at each individual home, and a central energy facility to provide backup power. And it's all interconnected. The power is shared between homes and between the boxes. The side yards are quite important for this project for a host of reasons. And again, we appreciate all the time and consideration from the county to work through a condition that makes sense for everybody to allow that to happen. And this is the most resilient form of energy on a residential scale. It's a pretty exciting project. So with that, I respectfully request your approval. We're here to answer any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you so much. And so I will reopen. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak as a proponent? A proponent? Seeing none. Anyone wishing to speak as an opponent? An opponent? Seeing no testimony, what's the board's pleasure?
I'll move approval, but I do have a question and a comment.
Sure, you're recognized.
Great.
So we have a motion and a second. Go ahead.
Excellent. I just want to somewhat contain my excitement about this particular item. Building the constraints and opportunities and working through those issues will assist us in broadly adopting a sustainable, affordable solution for home building in our area. It's critically important that energy costs be something that families have the ability to manage, and having this technology available through any new home development, including affordable housing, seems really exciting as an opportunity at some point in time. But this opportunity to be able to build a sustainable energy resource, especially in an area that oftentimes is prone to energy power outages due to power lines that are above ground and in the air that cause disruption in our businesses and our home life. I'm very excited to see this project move forward and set the example for what can be adopted in our communities going forward. And I'll stop there.
Great. Any other comments by the board? Okay. And I just like to say I'm interested in learning more about it, either at a regular board meeting or just I might set up a time to understand better the system. But thank you very much. It was very, very good to have the video and have the applicant present, TICO present. Thank you. And seeing no other testimony, we have, or no other comments, we have a motion by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Smith. A roll call, please.
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Mr. Moreto.
Thank you, Commissioners. That brings us to item E2. This is personal appearance 20-1313. This is a public hearing to amend the plan development. This is in the USF area. This is the mall project off of Fowler. Commissioners, as you recall, there's been a recent zoning modification to introduce a different development typology, which included a number of different street types. This is an amendment to that to add an A street in place of a B, to add 2 new street types to facilitate plazas and squares, or kiosks that will function with plazas and squares, I should say. Our design review team has reviewed this. Mr. Israel Monsanto is our lead on this, and he will present a brief walkthrough of the changes that are proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Good morning,
Applicant present?
Commissioners. This is Israel
Good
Monsanto
morning.
Development Services. I will do a brief walkthrough if you want, or we can go to the applicant.
No. Go ahead. Do a brief walkthrough. Sorry.
All right. I will start a presentation quickly. 1 second here. You see that?
Yes.
So, Commissioners, the main request here is to a few changes. One is to change a street type. This section here is approved today for a B street, and the applicant is replacing this for an A street, which is more pedestrian friendly. The other changes are to do some modifications to the street sections that would allow to have a wider sidewalks, and also to accommodate plazas and squares to have kiosks and other commercial uses. The other request is to allow the flexibility to, when those squares or plazas are present, to have the option to not have parking on that side of the street. Parking will be always provided on the other side of the street. And all the conditions pertaining to cross sections and street types, and the provision of plazas and pedestrian facilities have been updated in the conditions of approval. One quick note, commissioners, the future land use on the agenda is actually ICMU 35. That's a correction that will need to be done. And also the current zoning is PD 191443. That's just wanted to put that on the record, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you. And is the applicant present?
Yes, ma'am. This is David Smith. I'm the Director of Development and Zoning for Stearns Weaver Miller, 401 East Jackson Street, 33602, Suite 20100. Israel, as normal, has done a very good job giving an overview of the project. This project we expect to be coming back to you many times because it is a very large project. We are moving forward with the first major new construction on the site. These changes are made to accommodate greater pedestrian areas, make sure that we have connectivity throughout the project, and to recognize existing conditions. These are some minor changes, and we think it facilitates the goal and vision for the overall development. We have Nathan Leaf from the engineer in the room. If there are any questions specific to the cross sections, I know Elise Batzel is also available to answer any questions the board may have. But we really appreciate the board's prior support and look forward to many, many years of redeveloping this mall into a live, work, play environment.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there any proponent testimony? Proponents? Are there any opponents? Okay. Seeing no proponents or opponents, what's the board's pleasure?
Move approval. Or I'll second it.
Okay. We have a team going here. So it's been moved by Commissioner Smith and seconded by Commissioner Overman. Can you please do a roll call?
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan. Commissioner Hagan?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Moreta.
Thank you. This brings us to item E3, personal appearance 20-1314. This is a public hearing to amend the zoning applicable to the Berkeley Prep School. Commissioners, there's no new added students proposed in this. However, they're proposing to expand school buildings and locker rooms that would entail approximately 1,800 or 18,000 square feet of additional building area. Again, there's no additional students. The site plan we have available if you'd like to see it, but the building are primarily internal to the site. Staff has reviewed it. We are recommending approval. We're available for questions if you have any.
Great, thank you. Is the applicant present?
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. As Joe indicated, this is about as minor a modification as it gets. The Berkeley campus was last modified back, I believe, in 2007 in connection with a fairly substantial campus expansion. In this case, all we're really doing is partially demolishing and partially expanding one of the lower division buildings on the western edge of the parcel. As you all know, one of the triggers for a minor modification is the reconfiguration of any buildings within 500 feet of the property line, and that's exactly why we're here, in addition to the slight increase in building size. So I'm happy to answer any questions. We've received a consistency finding from the Planning Commission. We know of no opposition, nor any objections from reviewing agencies. Again, happy to answer any questions. I would ask for a brief note to the production staff. My partner here, Truett Gardner, is actually handling the matter immediately after me. So if we could not be kicked out between this agenda item and the next one, I would be grateful. But happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Do we have any proponents? Any proponents? Do we have any opponents? Any opponents?
There's no one in person.
Oh, we do have one person. Okay.
No, ma'am, no one in person.
Oh, no one in person. Okay, thank you. Okay. Seeing none, what's the board's pleasure?
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Smith to move approval and seconded by Commissioner Overman. Can we have a roll call, please?
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Great. Mr. Moreta?
Thank you. That brings us to item E4, personal appearance 20-1316. This is a public hearing, again, to amend the plan development known as South Bend. The project currently has multiple uses permissible on the site. This is applicable to multifamily. The applicant is proposing to add the multifamily use option to parcel F, or tract 7, I should say, I'm sorry, to add that to tract 7, which is in the upper northwest portion of the site plan. We have staff available to walk you to the site plan if necessary. This is a very minor change to just add that use to this area of the site plan. It does not entail any new entitlements, does not entail any new multifamily numbers. It's only to amend the site plan to allow that in tract 7, which again is up on the northwest portion of the site near Big Bend and US 41. Staff is recommending approval.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Yes, Truett Gardner, 400 North Ashley Drive. Joe has stolen my thunder. This, similar to the last request, is a very minor request. Track 7 within the overall PD is currently approved for general commercial, hotel, and office. And this merely allows for multifamily to also be considered within track 7. As Joe mentioned, we are not requesting any additional entitlements. This would put no additional traffic on the roads. It merely allows the optionality of multifamily on track 7, which we feel will better the development and make it more of a mixed-use development, especially at the entrance. And so happy to answer any questions, but I think that's the summary of the request in a nutshell.
Great, thank you. This is a public hearing. Any proponent testimony? Proponent? Opponent testimony? Any opponents? Seeing none,
Move approval.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Smith. Seeing no further discussion, we have a roll call.
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. That brings us to item E5. This is a proposal to do a boundary contraction for a CDD. This is the South Shore Corporate Park Industrial Community Development District. Again, the proposal is for a boundary contraction. Mr. Brian Grady of our staff will make a brief overview and be available for questions. Thank you.
Commissioners, Brian Grady, Development Services. I have been sworn. This petition has been submitted by the South Shore Corporate Park Industrial Community Development District and proposes to contract the CDD boundaries to remove 18.864 acres from the CDD. The South Shore Corporate Park Industrial CDD was established on March 11, 2008. Is generally located west of I-75 between 19th Avenue Northeast on the north side and East College Avenue on the south side. The South Shore Corporate Park Industrial CDD is within the South Shore Corporate Park Development and Regional Impact. No objections were received from reviewing agencies. Therefore, staff finds the application meets the requirements of Chapter 190 Florida statutes to contract the boundaries of the Community Development District and available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak?
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Tucker Mackey with the law firm of Hopping, Green and Sams. We represent the petitioner, the Community Development District. We worked with Brian Grady and Ms. Wisdom and the County Attorney's Office, Nancy Takamori in particular. I think Mr. Grady reviewed the issue fairly succinctly, but I'm happy to answer any questions should the board have them.
Thank you. Okay, we're at the board. Is there, I don't see any questions or comments. Seeing none, do we have, what's the board's pleasure?
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Overman. Can we have a roll call?
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Mr. Moreta, I'm looking at this time certain at 10 o'clock and looking at G1, it seems like that could definitely run up into the time certain. So maybe, I'm not sure what we maybe could look at G4 moving up the agenda.
Would you, sure, we can move to G4.
Did you have another suggestion?
We can't start the time certain before the time certain, so I think moving to G4 would probably be a good suggestion.
Okay, great.
Commissioner, here in the boardroom,
I've actually brought up my addendum to look at it, but my original agenda says that G1 is a 9 a.m. time certain.
yes, we have all of the G items are noticed for 9 a.m. Item G2 is noticed for 10 a.m. So we could take those in that order of moving through the 9 a.m. G items first, and then getting to the G2 10 a.m. That, if that's the board's pleasure, that would be procedurally in order based on how the applications have been noticed.
I would Chairwoman's pleasure, but it would be appropriate to just stay in order at this point, right?
Well, I'm just thinking if we have a time certain at 10, that it could be quite a, that the discussion on G1 might extend for a while. So thought we just move to some of the other items and then take the 10 certain, and after that do Council Gross first after that.
And I'm, the floor, Madam Chair, I'm perfectly comfortable with that. I just want to remind all the commissioners that for a time certain, it's legally in order to take it up on or after the time published. So as long as we get to that 10 a.m. at 10 or later, that's in order. But I've made my point, and I'm comfortable with going on to G4.
Great. Thank you for that point, actually. So we'll move to G4 at this time. Mr. Moreta.
Thank you. Item G4 is a proposal for rezoning PD 20-0308. This is located in the Temple Terrace area in the University Community Plan. It's approximately 125 feet within the intersection of Telecom Parkway and Hollow Stump Road. Commissioners, this is a plan development proposal to rezone AR, AS1, RSC6 zoning into a planned development that essentially has two pods. It will have multiple uses. In Pod A, it will include multifamily and townhome development. Pod B will include office and commercial development. Mr. Brian Grady is available if you would like to walk through the site plan with him. Commissioners, Development Services is not supporting this. Our lack of support is based on the fact that the Planning Commission, in their analysis of this, found it inconsistent with the plan, and they can explain more of the details, how they concluded the inconsistency finding. However, the underpinning of it is really based on the fact that they were looking for a zoning condition that would implement more than one use on the ground at the time when this project went through for permitting, and that wasn't the case when we had the proposed conditions prior to the conduct of the public hearing for the ZHM. Since that time, the applicant has produced conditions, and a condition specifically to address timing of how the project would be developed to ensure that more than one use would be located on the site when the site is developed. Staff has reviewed that condition. If we had the condition prior to the zoning hearing master, then we would have had a condition from the applicant that we could have implemented, and that would have changed our perspective on the support. But at this point in time, we have a filed report that is not supported, so the report won't be changing, but we do find that the condition meets the concerns that we had when we initially evaluated this prior to and up through the ZHM. We are available if you'd like us to walk through the site plan a little bit more specifically. And again, the Planning Commission can further address why they found the particular reasons to find that particular policy application inconsistent. Again, DSD staff is available for conditions or for questions if you have any.
Thank you. And Ms. Lundgren, I think I need to take a vote at this time to open for oral argument. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair, that's correct.
So moved.
Okay,
So
thank
moved.
you.
Second.
Who moved? I'm sorry, who moved that? Chair Hagan, did you move that? Motion for oral argument in a second. Can we do a roll call?
Kemp?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Myers?
No.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-1. Commissioner Myers voted no.
Thank you. Okay, and we will now move to applicant oral argument. You have 10 minutes. The applicant present?
Yes. Good morning, Madam Chair. Congratulations on your new appointment. For the record, Michael Brooks, 606 Madison Street here downtown, Tampa, Florida, 33602. As I'm going to keep my presentation relatively brief. I'm here this morning with my client, Daniel Bergen, with Isabel Albert, who is our planner. But as Joe Moreta began to iterate, is that this particular petition had findings of consistency and compatibility with regard to the surrounding area, with the land use category, et cetera. But because, and Ms. Albert will provide a graphic that will help demonstrate this very visually, the parent parcel had been over the years bifurcated by the dedication of a drainage pond to the city of Temple Terrace that facilitated the improvement and ultimately the extension of Telecom Parkway from inside the Telecom Commerce Park to Old Moorsbridge Road. And as a result, what Mr. Braid referred to as Pod A and Pod B were the remnants of that original parent parcel. And it was the technical ability to comply with the comprehensive plan relative to ensuring that both of the uses got developed that was presented us with some challenges. So with that, I'm going to allow Ms. Albert to present a very abbreviated presentation, and then we will be available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Isabel Albert with HAF, 1000 North Ashley Drive, Suite 900, assisting with this application. I have a quick presentation here in front of the Elmo. I'd like to start with this. This is the site plan, and this clarifies exactly the Pod A and Pod B. This is over the yellow areas, the Pod A where the multifamily and the townhome units are proposed, and Pod B is the site for the commercial and business professional office. And as you can see in between, there's an easement with the pond area that's owned by the city of Temple Terrace, which was done in order to improve Telecom Parkway. This was a challenging plan development for a while. And then when we went to the hearing, we did a presentation, and the hearing officer provided a recommendation of a denial based on two factors. They did recognize that the site plan or the proposal is compatible with the surrounding area. There was no concerns there. The two concerns was to provide a vehicular and pedestrian access between Pod A and Pod B, and to commit for a timing mechanism. And so when we received that, we got together with the Planning Commission and Development Services staff, and we were able to address those comments. And one of them is the vehicular and pedestrian connection between both pods, which our plan or site plan has been amended and into the record right now for certification. That does address this. And the second was the timing mechanism. We provided a condition that was supportable by Planning Commission staff, and then I'm sure they'll speak about it to say that they have no objections to this. That basically concludes my presentation, and I'm here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have oral argument. Is that correct, Ms. Lundgren, at this point? Limited party is a record of files. It looks like there's one filing in opposition. Is that correct, Ms. Lundgren?
And there are no parties in opposition, excuse me. We have on the applicant's roster, Mr. Brooks, Ms. Albert, and Mr. Razor.
Okay, so we can conclude then?
If the applicant is concluded with their presentation and has no more testimony at this time, then you can move ahead.
Okay.
Just very briefly, Madam Chair, for the rest of the commission as well, all of the three persons that were listed are part of the development team. There was an individual who did come to the ZHM, and while he spoke in the opposition portion of the hearing, his concern was really related to the location in which he had to drop off his trash for pickup at Hillsborough County, and it really wasn't related to the project itself. So with that, we'll close our initial presentation. And if I could reserve any additional time as you ask questions and rebuttal, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm in order to just move to our board discussion, correct?
This time, I'd ask that you move to the Planning Commission for their statement and recommendation.
Mission then.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the community mixed-use 12 future land use classification and the urban service area. The applicant is requesting to rezone the subject property from agricultural single family 1 agricultural rural, and residential single-family conventional 6 to a planned development to permit the development of 331 multifamily residential units in Pod A and up to 33,000 square feet of business professional office uses within Pod B. The proposed development is compatible with the area and meets the intent of future land use element objective 1, future land use element policies 1.2, 1.3, and 1.4 as it provides growth in the urban service area. The proposed multifamily housing and non-residential uses are compatible with the development pattern in the area as required by policy 1.4, as the area is primarily residential in character and there are multifamily housing developments directly to the south and north of the subject site. Similarly, the proposed development meets the intent of Objective 16 and its associated policies regarding neighborhood protection and compatibility. Objective 16, Policy 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3. There are a significant amount of wetlands on the subject site, and as per Future Land Use Element Policy 8.7, Future Land Use Element Objective 13, Future Land Use Element Policy 13.3, the proposal is subject to the environmentally sensitive land credit. The maximum permitted density on the site would be 334 units. The proposed density also meets the minimum density policies in the urban service area as per policy 1.2. While the proposed development is compatible with the development pattern in the surrounding area, and the applicant has demonstrated connectivity between pods A and B, Planning Commission staff must find the proposed rezoning, inconsistent with the comprehensive plan because there is no timing mechanism in place that would guarantee a mixture of uses. Providing a timing mechanism through a condition of approval is one of the only ways a mixture of uses can be demonstrated. Future Land Use Element Objective 19 outlines the intent of all mixed-use categories in the comprehensive plan. Future Land Use Element Policy 19.1 specifically states that requirements of 2 land uses will apply to properties 10 acres or greater in the RMU, UMU, and CMU 12 applications, and to properties 20 acres or greater in the SMU and NMU 4 future land use classifications. Furthermore, according to policy 19.1, at least 10% of the total square footage building must be designated as a second use. While the applicant has shown a second use on the site plan that meets the threshold outlined in policy 19.1 without a timing mechanism, again, that would require the second use to be constructed at the time as a multifamily residential, the proposed plan development is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. Furthermore, Objective 9 and Policy 9.1 require all development to meet or exceed Land Development Code regulations in Hillsborough County, and that development inconsistent with the comp plan shall not be approved for rezoning. As the proposal is inconsistent with the CMU 12 category of the comprehensive plan, it does not meet the intent of Objective 9, Policy 9.1, and 9.2. The community design component in the future land use element also contains policy direction that encourages mixed-use development in urban and suburban areas. The intent of surrounding land use pattern is mixed-use development, both in areas that are in unincorporated Hillsborough County and Temple Terrace, especially across East Telecom Parkway, where the future land use designation is urban mixed-use 20. A development that does not include a timing mechanism does not meet the mixed-use criteria required by the CMU 12 classification and is therefore inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development inconsistent with the future Hillsborough comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you. The zoning hearing masters.
Time I'll provide a brief summary of the zoning hearing master's recommendation. The zoning hearing master considered the request to rezone approximately 55 acres from AR, AS1, and RSC6 zoning districts to planned development for the purpose of developing 320 multifamily dwelling units along with 11 townhomes in Pod A and 33,000 square feet of business professional office and commercial general uses, or a community residential home in Pod B. The Planning Commission found the request compatible with the surrounding development pattern in the area. However, it did not support the rezoning application as the applicant had not included a timing mechanism in the proposed zoning conditions to ensure that a mix of land uses are developed within a reasonable time frame of each other. The Development Services Department also had found the rezoning request to be compatible with the surrounding area, but did not support the application based on the inconsistency with the comprehensive plan due to the lack of commitment by the applicant to the timing mechanism for the two land uses required by the CMU 12 future land use category. The zoning hearing master stated that while the uses proposed in the plan development have been found to be compatible with the surrounding development pattern, the lack of a commitment to provide a vehicle connection between the two developed pods, which are separated by the existing City of Temple Terrace retention pond, and the lack of commitment to provide a timing mechanism to ensure a mix of land uses in a close amount of time in terms of construction, result in the project being inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and with the intent of the Plan Development Zoning District, as stated in the Land Development Code. The zoning hearing master therefore recommended denial.
Thank you. And just before we get to you, Commissioner Smith, I'm just wondering about rebuttal from the applicant at this time. Would the applicant like to speak or waive rebuttal?
Good morning, Isabel Albert. Sorry about that. Well, I would like to hear from the Planning Commission because, so this is a weird situation where we have non-support, and after the hearing, once we had guidance from the hearing officer, then we worked it out with the Planning Commission and Development Services to address those two items. There's only two items, nothing else I had some concerns with. And those two items have been addressed on the site plan and on the condition. And so unfortunately, we did not hear from the Planning Commission whether or not they had some concerns with the proposed condition. And we heard from Joe Moretta that he was, that they were okay with it. So we can hear it from the Planning Commission. And I find that those two items have been addressed and the plan development should be supported and approved. Thank you.
Thank you. And
again, for the record, Michael Brooks, I just want to reiterate that the condition that Ms. Albert put into the record and Mr. Moreta referred to was the result of an extensive negotiation, even at the end. And so it was my understanding, and we have emails confirming this, that the Planning Commission was going to represent to the board at the hearing today that condition was consistent with the comp plan policies that they had previously found the plan development application to be inconsistent with. So I'd like to ask for some clarification from the Planning Commission on that point.
okay, thank you. At this time, can we have someone from the Planning Commission just respond to that?
Sure. Unica Mills again, Planning Commission staff. The submitted condition that the applicant has addressed, Planning Commission staff supports that condition and believes that the condition does meet the intent of the mixed use policies. However, given that the record is closed, Planning Commission staff's finding of inconsistent would still remain. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll move to board discussion. And Commissioner Smith, you are recognized.
Thank you. So I've just got a couple of questions. the zoning hearing master and staff denial, but the zoning hearing master clearly spelled out as the applicant showed us. The denial is based on two things. Not only the lack of commitment to mixed use timing, but the lack of a vehicular connection and between pods A and B. This board has been really encouraging connectivity and grid and transportation connection. I'm not sure, though, when the applicant said that they've addressed the vehicular and pedestrian connectivity. I'm not sure that they're actually providing vehicular connection or just pedestrian. And I'd like to ask staff to read us the condition that they have added. If that was done, I missed it, but can we have that condition read so we understand specifically what the new condition is, please?
Services. The new condition is condition 1.1, and I'll read it in its entirety. Ensure the project will provide 2 land uses. Construction plans for phase 1 shall be for 320 multifamily units and 11 townhomes to be constructed in Pod A. Construction plans shall also include Pod B with utility connection on-site, stormwater, driveway access, and drive aisles between Pod A and Pod B, as well as the construction of the multi-use trail along Telecom Parkway as depicted on the general site plan.
Thank you. So that it provides vehicular as well as pedestrian connectivity, Mr. Grady?
Yes, and there's also a condition number 3 states an internal pedestrian vehicle connection shall be constructed within the easement area between Pod A and Pod B. That's condition 3.
Vehicular and pedestrian, right? Not vehicular or?
Internal pedestrian and vehicular connection shall be constructed within the easement area between Pod A and Pod B. That's the beginning of condition 3.
Thank you very much. Okay. Then my second question is, there was a homeowners association who filed a letter of opposition. So we did have one other person unrelated to the homeowner association come to the land use hearing as we were told. But in addition, there's a homeowners association in the neighborhood who filed a letter of opposition through their attorney, signed by many of them, if not all of them, listing several objections and concerns. This letter was not in the original backup that came to us. My aide noticed them when she was reading another case, 0307. When she read through that case, she saw that letter, but then that case was withdrawn. So I'm wondering, I'm concerned that the other commissioner offices may not have seen them, may not have noticed them in the wrong file or seen this letter from the homeowners. And we did point it out to staff, but it looks like they were added to the case file late on Thursday at 4:30 p.m. So I got a couple of questions for staff about that. Was any notice sent to the commissioners that this letter was being added to the record so that they could be alerted to review the homeowner association concerns? I didn't get anything like that myself. Were the other commissioner offices notified of this late addition of the public input to this case file? Or were they just slipped in, into the case file 4:30 on Thursday?
Commissioners, Adam Gormley, Development Services, once that omission was pointed out to us, or the mistaken case file that it was added to, we added it to that case file. We did not send a explicit communication out to the commissioners noting that change was made. However, we did, I believe you're one of our early commissioner briefings, so we had that material in the case file when we're briefing the subsequent commissioners.
Okay, and I have another question. Was this letter from the homeowners association and their attorney with their concerns? Was it? I'm not sure that it was seen by the zoning hearing master. I'm afraid it might have been misfiled before the hearing, and so it might not have come to the zoning hearing master with this case file, and the zoning hearing master might have not then reviewed this public comment. I read through the zoning hearing master report and I didn't see any mention there. Sometimes, well, I think maybe often the zoning hearing master mentions letters and parties of record in their summary of the hearing, or possibly in the list of the evidence received. But I didn't see any mention of this in the zoning hearing master's report. So my concern is that maybe the zoning hearing master didn't see these objections. Their objections include flooding, lighting, traffic, wildlife impacts, and I'm just wondering if the zoning hearing master had that to review.
I cannot speak at the moment to what was in the file that the hearing master had. Advised that it was submitted on March 2nd. Would have to.
Misfiled, it might not have come with the documentary evidence to the zoning hearing master with this case.
I don't have an answer for that question at the moment. I can tell you that the concerns that appear to be raised deal with compatibility of the project with the surrounding area, and the hearing master did, I believe, find and recognize the findings of compatibility of the project.
Okay, I don't think that the hearing master addressed the concerns about possible flooding and lighting coming into people's homes, and the other issues of traffic, wildlife impacts. And I find it troubling that the commissioners were not, specifically alerted that public comment was being added to the case file kind of late for them to be able to review it. So I'm going to move to remand back to the zoning hearing master based on the incomplete record that it came before the zoning hearing master and the county commission, and ask the zoning hearing master and staff to consider and respond to those citizen concerns. And these people hired an attorney, they wrote out their concerns, they all organized into categories, and they signed the letters. So I'm also afraid that they may not qualify as parties of record, and the new commissioners will soon be learning that Hillsborough County has a unique and very difficult system for citizen participation. And I've run into this myself sometimes, that when several citizens sign one letter, that doesn't necessarily qualify them as parties of record. For them to then be able to jump through the rest of the hoops they need to jump through to appear here and talk to us about their concerns. So I would ask for this move this remand, asking the zoning hearing master and staff to consider these citizen concerns, and also ask staff to send a letter or email to each of the citizens who are on this letter with instructions about how to become parties of record and how to participate. And three, ask the applicant if they'd, or I'll just suggest that the applicant reach out to the homeowners association that filed the objection. So when this goes to the zoning hearing master and comes back to us, this public input could be considered, and that would also allow a fix to the record with the Planning Commission and the zoning hearing master seeing the new condition and being able to consider the new conditions in a timely fashion that the applicant is now bringing forward. So that's my motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Do we have a second? Do we have a second to Commissioner Smith's motion to remand?
I'll second that.
Okay. A second by Commissioner Overman, and Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Commissioner, staff has a comment.
I'm sorry?
Staff has a comment.
Yes.
Commissioners, Brian Grady, Development Services, we're looking in the record, and here operations staff says that the letter was placed incorrectly in the 307 file, but they're indicating that there's 2 letters in the 308 file, and they've been in there since March. Is that correct? That's what they're indicating, is that there's 2 letters in the 308 file that have been there since March, and that I think one of those letters was incorrectly placed in the 307 file. And that's what was noticed in the briefing with the commissioner.
Commissioner Smith?
If I may, those letters were placed in the in this file after we alerted you that they were misfiled, because I have a copy of the original backup and to this, and let me just check to make sure. But yeah, I mean, I checked that, and they were not there in the original time. They are there now in the in the new version of it, but they were not there when I looked at it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you. And while I have concerns about the letter being available for the zoning hearing master as well as the other question I had really relates to the inability to make the commitment to, the B area. I'm not really sure why that's a problem. It should not be a problem, other than if this were not being remanded, or if it gets remanded, but if it were not being remanded, if it were approved today, and if there was approval of it moving forward, in what world would it be possible that the pod B be sold off or not developed in accordance to the plan? So that's my concern. If the commitment can't be made now, when is it going to be made? Is my question. So if there's someone from the team that can address those particular questions, I'd appreciate it.
Commissioners, I believe the applicant has a comment as well.
If you meant from the team, this is Michael Brooks for the record. First, with regard to the letter that Ms. Smith Commissioner Smith has raised, we did have, and I apologize because a lot of time has passed, obviously, since many of these petitions have come before or making their way to before you, this one in particular. But this particular objection letter came fairly early in the process, and we did have direct discussions with these individuals. In fact, Mr. J. Young in particular, and he forwarded us an email after we explained the project, in which his concern was specifically impacts and activation of the riverfront, which is what that neighborhood association did not want to see. And in fact, what this planned development does is it takes old historic R6 off of the riverfront and doesn't allocate any units to that area now. So, and the email that we have from Mr. Young, and I'm going to read it just for the record, and it was to Ms. Albert. Hi, Isabel. Thank you, and Danny, which is my client, for your prompt reply this morning, as well as your time in taking and responding previously to our inquiries on this project. Having conferred with Brian, I believe it was Brian Grady, we are in agreement that Danny's email below satisfies the remaining concerns we had expressed. Please let us know if you have any questions or need additional information. Thank you for your assistance. That is why the association was not at the hearing. But more importantly, to Commissioner Smith's point, Ms. Albert did raise that at the hearing, at the zoning hearing master hearing, and briefly mentioned that we had addressed opposition from a surrounding neighborhood association. To Commissioner Oberman's point, the issue with the as I opened with the timing is that because the two uses have been separated by effectively a public use. I mean, no good deed goes unpunished here. And so the question was, how do we ensure the timing of two separate parcels that will be developed by different developers in the midst of a pandemic when we have challenges even scheduling public hearings? How did we come up with something that satisfied and practically worked? And to give you just, an idea, we started with the idea that, well, maybe just build a building, even if you don't know who the user is. That didn't make a lot of sense. And so what we've come up with, we believe, is a condition that ensures the connectivity. It ensures that, let's be honest, the Pod B is in the middle of an activity center. It is surrounded by UMU20 land uses, a significant amount of residential, quasi-industrial office uses. The parcel will get developed. And so what our client has agreed to is to do the necessary things as part of the condition to get the site ready to develop. And that includes making the water and the sewer connections, which are not insignificant. I mean, the intent is not to just sit on it. The intent is to develop it in a reasonable manner with.
And you've had the opportunity to respond there, so thank you very much. We have I don't know if Commissioner Smith, if your hand is up from prior. You're muted.
I do have just a clarification. I would like to say on the record, since there was some question about this, that the original case file for PD 200308 on page 397 starts with the party of record. Then this page was intentionally left blank, and then none. The big page with the big letters that says none. So none is what I can only assume went to the zoning hearing master like it came to us. Now, I do know that sometimes when I understand the applicant saying that they have discussed this all with the person who was with the homeowners association who was objecting, but that's not reflected in the case file. So my motion to remand stands. I think it's important that a complete file go, and when they're added to the case file, citizen comments, that the commissioners be notified to look for that.
And Mr. Gormley?
I have some clarification on that. I am in the case file as we speak, looking at it, and I see the two letters from Mr. Young were added to the file. The dates modified are March 4th at 8:28 a.m. and March 5th at 11:10 a.m. So this is to confirm that those letters were in the case file that went to the zoning hearing master. The error occurred when the items were being loaded into Dropbox, and those letters were erroneously put into 307 instead of 308. But I apologize for the delay, but can confirm that these were part of the case file when the ZHM heard the case.
Move now to, I see no further board members, and we're going to move now to See no further discussion, a roll call?
No, I'll withdraw my motion if it's confirmed that it was just the file that came. Well, I'm still not happy that the commissioners weren't noticed to look at these comments. So, but I'll withdraw the motion to remand if it's confirmed that the zoning hearing master saw the comments, and leave the floor open for the board's pleasure on what to do with it after that.
Okay.
I'll withdraw my second, so we're good.
And what's the board's pleasure?
A condition.
I'm sorry, did I hear something? Commissioner Hagan, you're recognized.
Yeah, I said that I'll move approval with the new condition that's been added.
Motion to move approval with the new condition. Do we have a second?
That in lieu of not hearing someone in the boardroom.
Commissioner Myers, you're recognized.
No, I was seconding the motion. I had my hand up for that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have motion and a second to move approval with the conditions. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, can we have a roll call, please?
Kemp?
Yes, I just wanted to say one comment. I wanted to thank Commissioner Smith for going through the whole file with a fine-tooth comb. I think it's really important, and for letting us know that. But yes.
Thank you. Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Myers? Commissioner Myers?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Commissioner White, to your point, I thought this would be a shorter a shorter item. Okay, so we will move now to, I'm going to move to G2 at this time, and time certain. Mr. Moreta.
Thank you, commissioners. This is a
Do I have to
rezoning.
open with, at this point, with oral argument first?
It's your pleasure.
Okay, we'll do a, do we have a vote, a motion for oral argument?
Chair?
Yes.
Are we?
Commissioner Overman?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to ask, and we started on this path a little bit earlier. Are we required to cover the 9 o'clock public hearings before we address the 10 o'clock public hearings?
No, because the 9 o'clock is not a time certain.
It was not a time certain. Okay.
Yeah.
Apologize for the interruption. Thank you.
And I didn't have to put them out of order either, as Commissioner White stated, but it's perfectly fine to do so. So thank you. And so do we have a motion for oral argument? A motion to open this item for oral argument?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Overman. Roll call, please.
Kemp?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. And now we will move to Mr. Moreta.
Thank you, commissioners. This is item G2. This is a rezoning proposal. It's a plan development number 20-0275. It's located on Erodian Road on the north side, just west of Baum Riverview intersection. Commissioners, this is a request that was before you several months ago. The proposal is to combine two plan developments. The plan development on the western boundary of the project is 1488. It permits approximately 70 dwelling units. Project 562, or 18562, is located to the east. It permits 407 dwelling units. The proposal is to redesign the site to blend both the plan developments into a single plan development. And the unit count will then be reduced to 401 in the zoning conditions. Commissioners, this proposal was denied by the board several months ago, and that denial was specifically for not including an access point to the north, which aligns with an existing stub out on the western portion of the site in the PD I mentioned, which was 181488. The applicant has submitted this application and made some other minor changes, which we'll talk about, I'm sure, but they have included the access point that was the subject of the previous discussion. They've included the access point in the site plan. And because of that, staff is recommending approval. It also has approval for consistency finding with the Planning Commission, and the zoning hearing master has approved it in part. Again, we are supporting it, and we're available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll move to oral argument, and we have proponent, the proponent, I'm sorry, the applicant. I'm so sorry. The applicant, we could have the applicant. Is the applicant present?
Wright, Vice President of TSP Companies. I have not been sworn in. My name is David Wright, President of TSP Companies, and I have not been sworn in.
Thank you. Can we swear in Mr. Wright?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Again, for the record, my name is David Wright, President of TSP Companies. Our address is P.O. Box 1016, Tampa, Florida 33601. I'm presenting a request for an infill residential plan development. Project team consists of Rennie Heath of Ridgewood LLC as the owner and developer, Heather Wirtz and Dave Ford of Absolute Engineer, civil engineer, Steve Henry of Links and Associates as transportation engineer, and myself as the planner. The request is to combine two PDs that were previously approved under 18562 and 181488. Property consists of approximately 119 acres. RZ 18562 is approved for a maximum of 407 single-family detached units, and 181488 is approved for a maximum of 70 single-family detached units. And as Mr. Moreta indicated, the developer is seeking to combine the two PDs in order to provide a flexibility in the distribution of units between the two PDs. The current request is for a maximum of 401 single-family detached units, which would be a reduction of 76 units between the two PDs. When the board approved 181488, there was substantial opposition to the proposed cross-access to Heron Watch Place by the residents of the adjacent subdivision to the north, the estuary, and the board decided not to require the cross-access to Heron Watch Place. This request to combine the two PDs was previously brought before the board under application 191025, and the general site plan did not include the cross-access connection to Heron Watch Place based on the board's prior decision. The board ended up denying that request because it was found to be inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. The plan before you today is proposing the connection to Heron Watch Place. The estuary subdivision consists of 262 households, and many of the residents attended the ZHM hearing and expressed continued opposition to the cross-access to Heron Watch Place due to safety concerns associated with cut-through traffic. Additionally, the record includes testimony from Steve Henry, our transportation engineer, that a vehicular connection to Heron Watch Place is inappropriate due to the amount of potential cut-through traffic that will result from vehicles seeking to avoid the four-way stop at the intersection of Rodine Road and Balm Riverview Road. The developer is supportive of the residents' desire to not require the connection and is seeking the board's consideration of the compromise recommended by the zoning hearing master to limit the connection to Heron Watch Place to use by pedestrians and bicycles only. And if acceptable, the developer will also dedicate the required right-of-way to facilitate a full connection at the appropriate time in the future. The developer will be responsible for constructing eastbound to northbound left turn lanes into the project from Rodine Road and constructing a 5-foot sidewalk along the project's entire Rodine frontage. No transportation design exceptions or administrative variances are requested, and approval of the request would result in a reduction of trips potentially generated by the development by 806 average daily trips, 56 trips in the AM peak hour, and 78 trips in the PM peak hour. The potential reduction in trips would occur on Rodine Road, which currently operates at a level of service C. The Hillsborough County School Board provided a school capacity report indicating elementary, middle, and high school capacity does not currently exist. However, contiguous concurrency service areas have available capacity at all school levels. Additionally, this request is to combine 2 approved PDs, which have already separately gone through and received a certificate of concurrency through the preliminary plat process or entered into and met the conditions of proportionate share development mitigation agreements. This application is presented to you with a recommendation of approval subject to conditions from the Hillsborough County Development Services Department and no objections from any of the county or agency reviews, including Transportation and Environmental Protection Commission. Planning Commission staff found the request to be consistent with the future of Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County and the Riverview Community Plan. This application has been found to be approvable by all reviewing departments and agencies. The only item in question is whether a vehicular connection to Heron Watch Place is appropriate. We believe a suitable compromise has been proposed that would serve the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan and avoid potential negative consequences resulting from a vehicular connection to the residents of the estuary. Therefore, we respectfully request your approval of the request, and we are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll move to oral argument. And Ms. Lundgren, you might have to help me a little with this. I know that some people have called in that don't meet the requirements for party of record. I just like to acknowledge that. But we do have some, I believe, 5 speakers. Is that right, Ms. Lundgren?
No, actually, Madam Chair, we're on item G2, and there are 2 qualified parties of record who have submitted oral argument to speak in opposition, Daniel Ackerman and Lloyd Allen Brown.
Okay, I must be looking at the wrong thing. Okay, thank you. And they have 10 minutes between them, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so why don't we start? And I'm not sure what they're going to do about arranging that, whether they even know one another. This is always an awkward thing, but especially when it's virtual. But Mr. Ackerman, you're recognized.
Good morning. My name is Lloyd Allen Brown, 11414 Sandstone Rock Drive, Riverview, Florida, 33569. And I'm the president of the Estuary Homeowners Association Board of Directors, and I have not been sworn in. Would you like to swear myself and Mrs. Ackerman at the same time?
Please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to receive about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. We can start the clock there.
Let's see. At issue, of course, as you have been told, is the connection here at Heron Watch. Can we get this on? How do we do this? Yes, okay, it's on now. Is this connection right here where the star is? This is the challenge because it's the westernmost street is Heron Watch, and we're talking about the extension to the south that goes to Rodine Road, which was not included in the last particular PD 18-1488 as noted because it was too dangerous. This time we had 230 residents objecting on a petition with more than 70 letters, multiple signatures in households. Last time it was roughly the same when we did 18-1488. During the pandemic, we wished we'd had more people, but we have about 12 online and 12 here. So many of the residents feel that this is very risky. Difficult to show the amount of support against this during the time of COVID. Makes no sense for these two PDs. These two PDs are already combined. The infrastructure is already there. They have the roads and all of the infrastructure already there without this particular connection. The traffic, as was stated, would vastly be a problem for our community because this, for example, is Balm Riverview Road. Doesn't matter which way you look during rush hours and other times, it would north or south. It's the same traffic that is terrible, and also our streets go right past the park where children play. And they're not big streets. They're very narrow streets. This is the park. A lot of the children, grandparents, adults meet out here in that particular park. And the road that goes right by is a very narrow road. Even though there's a 50-foot right-of-way, there is only 20 feet of road, a little bit more, maybe 21. We've been here, of course, last year, 18 months ago, and this item has not been on the agenda for at least one and maybe two other things. Our issue this time is the same, but magnified because this is what the bypass would look like. This is one community, but you can look like that. If you're going to have a major bypass, of course, you have two streets with a center divider, and sometimes you have barriers on the side for noise. Ours does not have that. As I said, they are very narrow, and this connectivity will have 400 plus homes, but that's not all, because now there's a store going in at this particular corner. There's also a school and a gas station, and these will all take the shorter and easier route as they go up Estuary Preserve, Heron Watch, to meet with Rodine Road to the south. As stated, the applicant's own traffic expert has said this is not a good idea. The zone hearing master on two different occasions said this is premature to do this because of the danger. Last year, drivers have not become more skilled or the streets any wider. The action will really impact the quality of life we feel in our community. A year ago, the Board of County Commissioners saw beyond the cold and hard standards, I guess you would say, and the policies, considered that this was the exception because of the danger that it would place to our community, which is dangerous enough now. School buses won't even go down our streets because they get stuck or can't turn around. That's how bad it is. I indeed would appeal to your sense of humanity, reason, and compassion to reject this connection for the safety of our children and our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And do we have Mr. Ackerman?
Thank you. Danielle Ackerman, 11501 Sandstone Rock Drive. Almost 2 years ago, the board approved the new neighborhood PD 181488 on the condition that it does not connect to the existing estuary neighborhood. That rejection of the cut through by the BOCC was due to the adverse impact it would have on the estuary neighborhood, and because adding the cut through was to paraphrase the BOCC to be outside the intent of Hillsborough's connectivity policy by creating a thoroughfare through a neighborhood. Commissioner White, at that meeting, you made a motion to amend the proposed PD so that the new neighborhood would be granted, but its road connection to the estuary be eliminated. We implore you to do the same here. 19-1025. We feel misled. Not only are we here again when the newer neighborhood was only approved conditionally, but the estuary residents received a letter regarding the previous hearing on this very matter stating that the county would not pursue this connection. Yet here we are. According to the Hillsborough County zoning website, the goal is to provide for public safety and protect the character of neighborhoods. The connection to Heron Watch is counterproductive to both public safety and the protection of existing neighborhoods. The comprehensive plan states that in relation to road networks and connectivity concerns, the plans must effectively, safely balance the needs of the people getting from point A to be with the needs of the people along the path. There are approximately 105 homes in the estuary with driveways that will back into the main path that cars will travel through the neighborhood if this connection is permitted, as well as a minimum of 70 in Ridgewood. Living in those homes are numerous families with small children, such as my own, and several families with children who have special needs. There's also a community park with no fence located on the main road. My husband is one of 4 boys, not 3, as many of us are acquaintances and even friends believe. His youngest brother is a twin. Tragically, one of the brothers was hit and killed by a car near the entrance to their neighborhood a month and a half prior to turning 2. My husband was 11 at the time. Every one of these meetings is a reminder of the little boy we are helpless to save. Having experienced the lifelong grief that comes from losing someone you love, we are here asking that you consider the dire consequences of your decision. To you, it may be a policy and percentage chance that you are willing to take, but to us, the impact is real. People can be impacted by your decisions with far greater consequence than can ever be estimated in the Development Review Procedures Manual. My children and those in the estuary and Ridgewood are more important than the amount of time a commuter spends in their vehicle. The traffic studies provided for this PD only address accidents that occurred outside of the inside the estuary, not the numerous accidents that have occurred on Baum Riverview, McMullen, or Rodine roads, including one at the entrance to our neighborhood this week. Additionally, during the May 2019 Board of County Commissioners meeting 19 months ago, Board of County Commissioner member Overman recommended a traffic study be conducted so that the impact to the estuary could be understood. To this date, no such study has been conducted. No studies on speed or volume from cut-through traffic. All we have to go on are estimations provided by the county via the transportation analysis for the traffic generated within the neighborhoods. Based on these estimations, a worst-case scenario would overload the estuary roads. The addition of 401 homes connecting to the estuary could create 3,785 additional two-way trips, resulting in 127.3 of the available estuary road capacity, or 27.3 over the available capacity. It must be noted that the worst case possibility of 127.3 of capacity or over capacity does not include any cut-through traffic numbers, as no study was conducted to determine the impact of adding a thoroughfare through the estuary. It is noted numerous times in the recommendation of the Land Use Hearing Officer report signed on 9/8/2020 that a trip distribution analysis was not run. All parties agree that traffic through the estuary will increase. This will create an increased risk of vehicle on pedestrian or cyclist incidents. For instance, a road with one pedestrian, no cars will have a 0% chance of incident. Add one car to the mix, and the chances of incident have infinitely increased. Without having information from a study, no one can be sure what the increased risk will look like. According to the developer's transportation engineer and the zoning hearing master, Mr. Scarola, this connection should not be made. Mr. Scarola recommended that the connection at Heron Watch be made for bicycles and pedestrians only. Mr. Henry, the transportation engineer, believes that given the nature of the connection making a non-circuitous route, the connection is not the right decision. Given the lack of relevant studies, the expert opinions and recommendations of the developer's transportation engineer and the zoning hearing master, and the real concern for the safety of the residents, this vehicular connection cannot be allowed to go through. To reiterate, in the previous Board of County Commissioners meeting regarding the approval of the neighborhood with a cut through to the estuary, Commissioner White, you made a motion to alter the plan so the neighborhood could be approved without the connection. That motion was seconded and the PD approved only on that condition. We ask that this be done again, either without connection or with pedestrian cyclist connection only. We have no issue with the developments becoming one, but their vehicular connection to the estuary is detrimental to the safety of residents of both neighborhoods. My son also wanted to send a message because he could not be here today.
You do the road, and I can't play with my friend.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. I think, Ms. Lundgren, we have no other testimony, either proponent or opponent signed, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, so we allow, and may I ask, are you, you're not doing timing there, correct?
Doing the timer here. Yes, ma'am.
Have the
Ma'am,
timer.
doing the timer, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. I was a little concerned about that because I am not, haven't been tracking. Okay, so we have an opportunity for a rebuttal from the applicant.
Again, this is David Wright. I would like to waive on rebut after the staff reports, please.
Okay. Okay, we'll allow that. The Planning Commission staff.
Unica Mills, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the residential 4 future land use classification, the urban service area, in the Riverview and South Shore area-wide community plan. The applicant is requesting a plan development to allow for 401 single-family detached units with 4,400 and 5,500 square foot minimum lot sizes. The proposed single-family detached residential would allow development comparable to the suburban residential development pattern in the surrounding area. The proposed development is consistent with Goal 2 of the community plan, which seeks to encourage attractive residential development that complements the surrounding character and promotes housing diversity. The proposed 401 units maximizes the efficiency of the subject site and facilitates low-density residential, which is allowed under the Residential 4 future land use classification. The subject site is located within the urban service area where 80% or more of new growth is directed per the comprehensive plan, objective 1 of the future land use element. The site plan submitted by the applicant indicates a vehicular connection from the subject property to Heron Watts Place, a roadway maintained by Hillsborough County. The connection would provide access from the subject site to the subdivision to the north. Access points are also provided along eastern and southern boundary of the site. Policy 16.7 in the unincorporated Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan requires residential neighborhoods to include an efficient system of internal circulation and street stub-outs to connect to adjacent neighborhoods. Per Policy 16.3, development and redevelopment is required to be integrated with the adjacent land uses through the creation of like uses or transportation and pedestrian connections. The request satisfies the intent of Policies 16.3 and 16.7. Overall, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed use is compatible with the surrounding area. The request would encourage residential development that complements the surrounding character and promotes housing diversity in the Riverview community planning area. The application also demonstrates compliance with interconnectivity policies and promotes infill development within the area. The proposed development satisfies the intent, goals, and objectives of the future land use element of unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, and based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll move to zoning hearing master's report recommendation.
Considered the request to combine 2 plan developments with a decrease in the total number of units that will be approved. Plan development 18-0562 is approved for a maximum of 407 single-family units, while PD 18-1488 is approved for 70 single-family units. The maximum total number of residential units being requested in this rezoning petition is 401. The zoning hearing master found that overall the proposed single-family detached residential PD would allow development comparable to and compatible with the suburban residential development pattern in the surrounding area, specifically the existing and approved single-family residential along Rodine Road and Balm Riverview Road to the east. The zoning hearing master stated that the proposed general site plan for the subject plan development does indicate connectivity to the north to Heron Watch Place within the estuary development. There is an existing stub out from Heron Watch Place to the subject property that resulted from the estuary zoning and carried through to the construction. The zoning hearing master stated that unfortunately, Heron Watch Place is a 50-foot local roadway, and continued stating that considering the traffic along Balm Riverview Road and the existing four-way stop controlled intersection of Balm Riverview Road and Rodine Road, cut-through traffic could be significant. The zoning hearing master stated that concerns were clearly expressed by the residents of the estuary during the processing of RZ PD 18-1488, and ultimately the BOCC did not require the connection for that rezoning. After PD 18-1488 had been approved by the Board of County Commissioners in May 2019, the applicant filed a PD rezoning request similar to the one currently requested in order to combine the two subject PDs under RZ 19-1025. RZ PD 19-1025 did not include a vehicular connection to Heron Watch Place to the north to maintain consistency with the BOCC's decision under 18-1488. However, the BOCC denied RZ PD 19-1025 at the November 12, 2019 land use meeting, citing inconsistencies with the comprehensive plan for failure to comply with policy 16.7 regarding street connections to adjacent neighborhoods. The zoning hearing master stated that policy 16.7 indicates that residential neighborhoods shall be designed to include an efficient system of internal circulation and street stub outs to connect adjacent neighborhoods together. Cross-access for future road connectivity to adjacent sites is being provided to the east in any case. The zoning hearing master stated that the new PD will be internally interconnected and provide 3 full access points along Rodine Road. The zoning hearing master continued, stating that a connection to the north at Heron Watch Place is likely premature, considering the current status of Balm Riverview Road and Rodine Road's intersection, and would not result in an efficient system of internal circulation. The zoning hearing master stated that based on the foregoing, the recommendation is for approval of the plan development rezoning request, subject to recommended conditions as prepared by staff with an additional change to the general site plan. The zoning hearing master's recommended condition states that the site plan shall indicate the connection at Heron Watch Place for bicycles and pedestrians only. And with that, the zoning hearing master recommended approval with that modified condition.
Thank you. Okay, and I know I promised the applicant, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Again, David Wright with TSP Companies. I think it's important to note that both of the PDs are currently under development based on the approved PDs 0562 and 1488, which currently do not provide the connection to Heron Watch Place. The developer is proposing to dedicate right-of-way for a future connection, but remains sympathetic to the concerns of the neighbors before. Therefore, we are requesting the connection to be limited to bicycles and pedestrians. The signalization of the intersection of Balm Riverview Road and Rodine Road is an approved capital improvements project, and I believe it is currently in design. This would alleviate some of the congestion on both Balm Riverview Road and Rodine Road in the near future. The applicant was required to include the connection on the plan in order to be consistent with the comprehensive plan, and that's why we've done so. Our strong preference would be approval of a compromise limiting the connection to bicycles and pedestrians as recommended by the ZHM. However, the applicant is willing to do whatever the board decides. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will move now to board discussion, and I'm assuming, Mr. Gormley, your hand is just up from before. It never went down. But Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for Mr. Gormley.
Yes, sir.
moving the zoning hearing master recommendation would get the neighbors that spoke what they want, correct?
That's correct. It would limit
Okay.
that connection to pedestrian and bicycle only.
So we'd
to-
have connectivity, but only for bicyclists and pedestrians?
Yes, that's correct.
And we do have the signalization project in the works. I believe that was an accurate statement
Yes, sir.
by the applicant. Okay, in that case, I'll move the zoning hearing master recommendation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to move the zoning hearing master recommendation by Commissioner White. And I'm sorry, I didn't hear who made the second.
Harry Cohen.
Okay. Okay. And with that, let's recognize Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. I'm not going to support the approval without the connectivity on which the Planning Commission's finding of consistency was based. And I'll just leave it. I just want to explain. The estuary development was built with a road stub out at this point because the county's transportation plan is included having this connection, and the development in this area has been assuming this connection. I understand the concerns about traffic and its dangers, but the traffic on Rodine and Balm Riverview roads is horrendous, and signal or no signal, it will get worse with the traffic from this development if the grid is not connected consistent with the comprehensive plan policies that Ms. Mills read into the record. Everyone is complaining about traffic, and this area, Rodine Road and Balm Riverview Road, is especially problematic. But nobody wants traffic coming through their neighborhood, but everyone who gets stuck in traffic wants to have options for traffic to flow better. So we cannot just connect the grid wherever no neighbors show up to complain, but not connect it when neighbors turn out to complain. You know, we have to be consistent about working together to fix our transportation problems. We need to work harder to find creative solutions to the transportation problems caused by development, especially in this areas like this. Mobility fees aren't enough. Our tax dollars will never be enough. We need to proceed asking developers to help connect the grid and be a partner in making things better and follow the plan. It's not perfect. But it's the best thing we can do. So that's why I'll be voting no on the recommendation. If it fails, I would make a motion to pass the application without that extra condition so that we would have full connectivity.
Thank you. Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just have a real quick question. If I read this correctly, is it the estuary road that we would be making connection to this does include speed bumps? Are there speed tables or speed bumps on the road that actually this would connect to?
Yes, ma'am. There are, I believe, 3 speed bumps noted on that road to the north.
And the reason I ask that question is I have, I live in an urban connected community that has lots and lots of connections, and the likelihood of being able to get speed bumps in order to address speed in areas that there are of concern within, let's say, just the city of Tampa is nil. They just don't put them in there anymore. And I think I also heard that there was a problem on that road where school buses couldn't go down the road because it couldn't turn around. Did I hear that correctly?
Commissioner, I believe that was the testimony from one of the people who spoke. I don't know that we can I don't know that we have that information to confirm that or not, one way or another.
The problem. We're concerned about cut-through traffic on a road that has speed bumps that slows traffic through and actually is a great deterrent for cut-through. It's probably why they're there in the first place. And if connectivity is a problem for larger vehicles or even school buses, maintaining at least a vehicular connection would actually allow for slower traffic to move through the neighborhoods. And those speed tables or speed bumps typically are a great deterrent for having people that are just on Rodine that want to go to, another road.
Commissioner, I believe someone in the audience does have an answer for you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
If you're able to see, this is the neighborhood. The speed bumps that you're referring to are only located on Estuary Preserve at this location, and this location. The park is here. The connection would be here. Commuters will use this road as well as this road. There are no speed bumps on either of those. And to speak to the buses, it's not that buses are not able to turn around in the neighborhood. Buses have difficulty making turns in the neighborhood because of the roads being narrow.
Okay.
And they can't fit down.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that information. That was very helpful. Well, I too am concerned, and I am concerned of the past process of not connecting and the past decisions. But I do believe that is to Commissioner Smith's point that we must create connectivity for people to have ways that they can safely drive through neighborhoods without necessarily sitting in traffic in order to go around major pieces of neighborhood that we're adding capacity. And I'll stop there.
Thank you. I see no other commissioners. I'd just like to point out that one of the things, even with the pedestrian bicycle connection that I didn't hear, that is at least typical, is emergency vehicle connection, which is extremely important as well. And I won't be supporting this for the same reasons. If we need to put maybe more speed tables in there or do something, there's a very big move afoot to make these roads safer than they have ever been, reducing speed limits and different design techniques for enforcement. And I think we have to move in that direction and get as much connectivity as we can. So I as well won't be supporting the motion. So is seeing no other further comments to be made, discussion, can we have a roll call?
Kemp?
No.
Cohen? Overman?
No.
Smith?
No.
Hagan?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 4-3. Chairman Kemp, Commissioners Overman and Smith voted no.
Okay, thank you. And now we will move to item G1. Well, if we can have a motion for opening oral argument.
So moved.
Second? Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Overman, motion. Commissioner Smith with a second. Roll call, please.
Kemp?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay. And thank you, Mr. Moreta.
Thank you, Commissioners. This brings us to item G1 on the agenda. This is a rezoning for plan development 191458. This was before the board, I believe 2 hearings ago. It resulted in a 3-3 vote, and the board then got scheduled for this hearing. Commissioners, this is a rezoning from AR to implement the WVR2 portion of the plan through plan development. We're going to have a brief staff presentation by Michelle Heinrich. I can tell you in advance of the presentation that Development Services staff is not supporting the plan development based on the commercial and jobs element of the Waimama Village plan. Having said that, I'll let Michelle walk you through the site plan and how these 2 parcels are organized to operate on the plan development. Thank you.
Good morning, Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. I have been sworn in. I have showing here on the Elmo an outline of the 2 parcels that are subject to this PD. It is a PD of 327 acres from AR to PD to allow for 654 units and 2 separate areas located in the Waimama Village Plan area. The northern parcel shown up here is the receiving area, while the southern parcel is the sending area. If approved, the south will permit a total of 236 units, and 98 of those will be transferred to the north, leaving 138 to be developed on the southern portion. The northern portion will allow a total of 418 units, and with that 98 transfer, that will bring it up to 516 on the northern parcel. Our staff review found that the project does comply with the WVR2 requirements of a minimum percentage of open space. It also meets the minimum clustering ratio of 3.5 units per acre, and it does provide a connected transportation network with streets at the required intervals along the boundaries. Also, the applicant has agreed for this to be a non-gated subdivision and provide 2 lot sizes, those being 4,400 square feet and 5,500 square feet. Also, the project is proposing a mixture of uses, with both of them having a residential support area, and the southern area having the potential for a public school. The project has been found to be inconsistent with the comp plan due to an insufficient number of jobs and commercial establishments in the Waimama Village area. And as Mr. Moreta stated, therefore, staff does not recommend approval. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you. And now if we can hear from the applicant.
Good morning, Commissioners. Cammie Corbett with the law firm of Hill Ward Henderson representing the applicant, Council Growers, Inc., which is an entity owned and controlled by Travis Council, and he's owned this property for 31 years and was one of the landowners who participated actively in the Waimama Community Plan and the creation of the WVR2 land use category. We are here this morning seeking recommendation of approval of the zoning hearing master's recommendation. And as you just heard from Ms. Heinrich, the only area that is in dispute with respect to this plan development and the planning experts who have reviewed this is the interpretation of policy 48.1, which I'll get into in more detail a little bit later on. But at this point, I'd like to ask Isabel Albert to come up and present our planning presentation, to be followed by Steve Henry, who's our transportation consultant, who will provide testimony and evidence regarding the transportation improvements that are planned in the area.
Thank you. Good morning. Isabel Albert with HAF, assisting the applicant. Michelle Heinrich did a great job presenting this request. Basically, it is located in the Waimama community plan, and it does have a future land use of the WVR2. This request is for a transfer of development right between the southern portion, which is the sending area, to the northern portion, which is the receiving area, totaling 516 units to the north and remaining 138 units to the south. The surrounding area is a mixture of approved plan development similar to this one, agricultural, single family, and open space. Their request is compatible with numerous policies in the comprehensive plan in regards to the WVR2. It has the clustering requirements, the minimum percentage of open spaces being met. We have different use of special use support uses and school site to the south. It is promoting the transportation network as required in the comprehensive plan and the land development code. And it will be served by public water and sewer provided by the developer. And as stated, the one item that we have a different interpretation with the Planning Commission staff is policy 48.1. And our interpretation that was supported by the land use hearing officer is that the jobs will come as development comes in. It does not mean the jobs have to be there prior. It is it's a cumulative interpretation as development comes in, rooftop comes in, and employment's going to come in following with that. That is our interpretation that was supported by the hearing officer. Next, Steve Henry is going to talk to you about transportation. Thank you.
Oh, perfect. It's not. Yeah, because it just not showing up. Henry Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, 33607. Can you go down? All right, that's fine. I'll move it around. Okay, so what I want to talk to you about is the transportation improvements that are proposed for this project that they're doing. What I've done here is put up an aerial that kind of shows the projects in the area that have been approved. This particular project, which is Council Grover, is highlighted in yellow. To the west is Berry Bay, which is an approved project. To the north is the Cypress Ridge Ranch development, which is approved. And to the north of that is the 579 project. This project is proposing a east-west road that will connect 579 on the east to their property on the west. This will then provide the continuation of the collector road that Berry Bay is building to 301. So with this project, you will have an east-west road that runs from 301 to 579 to provide an additional alternative east-west road in the area. In addition to that, this project is proposing to improve 579. And we're looking to do it in 3 different areas. And as I had indicated previously, the 579 project's approved. It has a design exception approved with it. The Cypress Creek Ridge project is approved. It also has a design exception with it. Both of those propose to improve 579. But what this project is doing is, in the event that neither one of those projects move forward, they are still proposing to improve the entire segment of 579 from 674 down to the project. And the segment A, which is the northern piece from the 579 project, this is the typical section. What we're looking to do is to provide a 6-foot shoulder with 4 foot of it paved. In addition to that, providing a 10-foot multi-use path along that segment of the roadway. The next segment, which is segment B, is proposing to provide a 6-foot shoulder, 4 foot of it being paved. And then segment C, which is along our property frontage, is proposing to provide the 6-foot stabilized shoulder with the turn lanes required for the project. And in addition to that, the 10-foot multi-use path along the project. according to your level of service report, 579 currently operates at a level of service B. We've looked at the impact of this project along with the Cypress Ridge and the 579 project. And with all those projects included, the roadway will still operate at acceptable level of service. So that concludes my presentation unless you've got any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And if we could now open for oral argument, I guess we have, in Ms. Lundgren, one party of record signed up. Mike Peterson.
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Commissioner, I believe the applicant has more to add.
I wanted to ask where we were on time.
Could you repeat that, ma'am?
Oh, Cammie Corbett, for the record, I was just going to ask the clerk where we were on our 10 minutes.
3.5 minutes.
3.5 minutes left.
What I wanted to follow up with, based on Mr. Henry's testimony, was we had no parties of record appear at the zoning hearing master, but we did have a number of emails that were in the record, and most of them, 77% of them actually, I'm not ready for this. Okay. 77% of the emails that came into the record were received on one day back in November of 2019, November 13th to be exact. Those parties of record did not participate, did not communicate with us, and most of them expressed generalized concerns about transportation and the transportation network. That's why we thought it was important to show the commissioners that really the only way the roads are going to be improved in this area in any time soon is through the redevelopment of these properties and the required improvements associated with them. And so we just wanted to make that point, and I would like to reserve any time to address on rebuttal after Planning Commission staff and staff reports.
I think we're going to just hold you to rebuttal after the proponent and opponent testimony.
Respectfully, Commissioner Kemp, in this instance, we have a disagreement with the Planning Commission, so our rebuttal speaks directly to the Planning Commission staff report, and that was the procedure that was allowed the last time when we were here back in October.
I'll allow it this time. Okay, and we'll move now to our only oral argument or proponent testimony. Mike Peterson, you have 10 minutes.
Good morning. I am Michael Peterson, a sworn witness to the contested events of this case, going back to my full participation in the Wiamama Community Plan's creation, watching this board's ambush upon the Davis rezoning over a year ago, all the WVR2 rezonings attempts since, and the Planning Commission's refusal to hear the merits of the new interpretations appeal, and the zoning hearing master hearing before you today for the second time. Welcome, new Commissioners Myers and Cohen, as you've jumped into the fire on this one after it has bounced around for almost a year following other controversies this year over Wiamama's future. While your colleagues have heard me before, this continuance forces me to repeat much for the record and your benefit. I'll speak primarily to you. Again, I am a sworn witness, reflecting sworn evidence I've provided in this record, which when combined with similar sworn evidence by other participants in the Wiamama Plan's creation, corroborates the hearing master's findings based on competent and substantial evidence instead of generalized frustrations or wishes offered by many, or attempts at revisionist history offered by some. I hope you've been briefed on the competent and substantial evidence standard of review and how unsworn opinion statements, even if by staff or colleagues, doesn't necessarily meet that standard. Instead of relying on the hearing master records before you, some of your colleagues might offer unsworn opinions on what happened in the mid-2000s to sway your perceptions, but they've not been sworn nor bring any corroborative evidence from those proceedings backing up their claims. Despite being in controversy for over a year, To my knowledge, the Planning Commission staff has yet to produce an actual written version of the original interpretation of nebulous Policy 48.1 with the evidence and rationale behind its creation. This record shows Hearing Master Scarola's frustration with this fact after being told for his fourth WVR2 rezoning, they can't produce the original written interpretation with backup for his review. Ask yourself if that sounds legitimate. Similarly, I and others asking for evidence of Policy 48.1 ever being presented or discussed with stakeholders as part of the Waimama Plan's creation get no response to this day. The reason is simple. Neither discussion, much less acceptance, on a policy to force a new jobs retail concurrency on WVR2 lands ever took place. Waimama's landowners did not trade their established RP2, where they could control jobs and retail creation on their own lands, for a WVR2, whereby they would have to develop new commercial buildings in downtown Waimama on land they don't own, in competition with the existing businesses instead of helping them expand as was truly intended by the plan's creation. And to do all this before they could even qualify to apply for a residential rezoning that might not get approved. Do you really believe that happened? It did not happen, and why no one brings evidence of such forward. It is also not a workable market philosophy to require commercial development before the necessary rooftops providing consumers can be considered. It's been stated before, but ignored because pesky facts should not get in the way of a good story. To pursue some individual desires on the lands of others, your colleagues declared moratoriums and brought in demographic and planning professionals, hoping for recommendations consistent with their personal beliefs. Yet, Economic Advisors WTL&A's June 2020 report draft offers 13 pages explaining why Policy 48.1 and its new interpretation are erroneous in both basis and implementation. Some of your colleagues have complained Hearing Master Scarola is not an attorney as justification for ignoring his findings and recommendations. Yet I've yet to hear exactly how they think he's misinterpreted the law or planning principles. And note, he seems awful thorough with his legal citations. Those of you wanting more legal scrutiny now enjoy a record with 2 legal memos dismantling the new interpretation of Policy 48.1. Prominent law firms Stern, Weaver, Miller, and Hill, Ward, Henderson offer plenty of legal heft behind the Hearing Master's findings. I hope you reviewed them in preparation for today. Consider the history here. A year ago.
Madam Chair, the attorney get your attention.
Madam Chair, I had heard Mr. Peterson stray from the zoning hearing master record, and I just wanted to remind him and the board to confine their review and decision to the record of the zoning hearing master. Mr. Peterson is reminded to please stay within the material that was brought before the zoning hearing master.
Thank you.
I guess I'm a little confused since I'm repeating what I did before and that came out of the hearing master, but not knowing what it was, I'll move on. So consider the history here. A year ago, the Davis rezoning came forward on consent agenda due to no oral argument opposition and recommendations of approval from both planning staffs and hearing master. Yet Commissioner Smith pulled it off consent and challenged Planning Commission staff to speak to her desired interpretation of Policy 48.1. The case gets continued, and suddenly the Planning Commission's executive director adopts Commissioner Smith's suggested interpretation, despite never proclaiming such for prior WVR2 rezonings, including one she was a lead reviewer on previously. Instead of taking the interpretation through the Planning Commission as the comprehensive plan calls for, it comes back to this board in the Davis rezoning continuance. To thwart arguments against the new interpretation, this board hastily voted to adopt it, despite no evidence of where Policy 48 originally came from or a complete understanding of its implications. When another owner sought proper Planning Commission review of the interpretation through appeal, The Planning Commission attorney coordinated with the Hillsborough County Attorney's Office to avoid a merits discussion by barring the appeal for not filing within 20 days of the interpretation first being rendered. Although nobody in the public can possibly know when a Planning Commission staff tells an applicant of an interpretation to be used in their rezoning review. There is no public notice of such interpretations being rendered that can apply to many others beyond the first applicant to face it. So how would you ever know when the 20-day clock starts? Does this sound like appropriate citizen protections to you? And why afraid to defend the merits before the Planning Commission? Further, Planning Commission staff subsequently decided the new interpretation can be salvaged against early attacks by giving credit for existing jobs in retail in Waimama, even when many of those jobs created might come from other landowners unaware of this new first come, first serve application of the new interpretation. No notice, no discussions, no due process. Just picking winners over unsuspecting losers. These Waimama landowners are angry about the contempt being shown for their rights and their part in the community plan's
Ms.
creation.
Lundgren, I mean, this sounds like more in opinion piece than what was testimony from the at the zoning hearing.
Again, this comes almost directly from the same presentation I gave 2 months ago, and that's taken from actually written submittals in the record, which I asked Ms. Lundgren to review before the hearing 2 months ago to assure she understood the breadth of the record I had. You should also note there won't be any opposition speakers following me. No locals from Waimama brought opposition to the hearing master, and a smattering of generalized unsworn emails don't meet your standard of review. The only real opposition on this record comes from your planning staffs, and that only because the trumped up policy 48.1 interpretation pushed by some of your colleagues. Ignore that, and this case would have staff recommendations of approval. Similarly situated WVR2 applications achieved approval despite the ever-changing rules surrounding this improper interpretation. Ask staff to again show you the recent approvals surrounding and abutting this application. It's not too late to do the right thing. Maybe some went along to get along when this new interpretation first came up. But over a year later, and watching the wrath wrought by these decisions and results, might you consider the plight of this landowner being oppressed by their government? They and others have not been treated fairly, as some believe the ends justify the means. It should not require appeals to the judiciary to protect these landowners from this trumped up interpretation. They participated, embraced, and relied on the Waimama Community Plan's intent for their conversion from RP2 to WVR2. This rezoning proposal meets all those guidelines except for this interpretation that popped up. Do the right thing and follow the hearing master's guidance for an approval of this application. These owners, proper planning, and justice deserve it. The case record supports it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will move now to rebuttal, and you're waiving the rebuttal. I'll allow for that to happen till after the.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to make note of the fact that there are 4 additional supporters on oral argument and confirm that they are not present and seeking to speak. Amber Council, Carol Council, David Council, or Travis Council.
Okay. So we have no one else at this time. Hungry?
I'm not hearing anyone, assuming that no one has risen to speak at Saunders Library.
Okay, thank you. We'll move to the Planning Commission staff, please.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the Wamama Village Residential 2 future land use classification, the rural area and the South Shore area-wide systems community plans, and the Wamama community plan. The application as proposed furthers a number of goals, objectives within the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, including future land use element and the livable communities element, Wamama community plan. The applicant is requesting a plan development for 2 non-contiguous sites by utilizing a transfer of development rights to develop a maximum of 654 residential units and residential support use. Both the sending and receiving areas are located within the Wamama Village Residential 2 future land use classifications, which is consistent with TDR policy 32.10. The proposed plan development for a maximum of 654 single-family residential units and a residential support use within WVR2 is comparable to the existing development pattern in the area. The character of the area is mainly large lot single-family residential, agricultural, and ELAT lands. The applicant is meeting the clustering requirement as outlined in policy 48.1, as well as meeting the intent of policy 48.2, providing a residential support use. The WVR2 future land use classification specifies that contiguous open space shall constitute no less than 40% of the gross site acreage. The applicant has reserved 162 acres of the site, meeting the open space requirements as prescribed by the WVR2 future land use classification. This application provides for a balanced transportation system as described in Goal 5 of the Wamama Community Plan. The applicant is also providing open space as described in Goal 2 of the Community Plan. Each of these site design components meets the vision of the Wamama Community Plan. It is the desire of the Wamama community for Wamama's downtown to serve as the employment and commercial generator for much of the new residential development in this category. At the time of rezoning 08-0306 was reviewed, there was sufficient non-residential development within Wamama's downtown to support the addition of the proposed 1,088 units in the proposed project. As such, the project was not required to include non-residential uses as part of the village. Rezoning 08-0306 was ultimately withdrawn. Since 2009, several planned developments have been approved, and PD 18-1048 accounted for approximately 1,427 jobs from the industrial West End and downtown districts. The remaining 270 jobs located in the 3 districts accommodated a portion of the jobs required for PD 19-0102. Planning Commission staff continues to evaluate these requirements as interpreted during previous WVR2 rezoning applications. The employment and service requirement numbers are formulated using square footage of existing non-residential from within the entire community plan boundary, not solely the square footage located within the WVR2 future land use classification. Policy 48.1 of the future land use element states that in order to achieve densities in excess of 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres in the WVR2 category, developments shall achieve the minimum clustering ratios, open space requirements, job opportunity provisions, and shopping provisions. Based upon adopted comprehensive plan language, the Planning Commission and Executive Director's interpretation and the decision by the Board of County Commissioners to support said interpretation, all non-residential entitlements need to be present to achieve a density of 2 dwelling units per gross acre. Planning Commission staff's position regarding the job opportunities and shopping requirements as contemplated by the WVR2 policies is that job opportunities and shopping requirements need to be in existence at the time of the rezoning in order to achieve densities in excess of 1 dwelling units per 5 acres. There was an initial interpretation made by the Planning Commission Executive Director within staff report PD 18-1048, and that same interpretation has been carried through to subsequent plan developments requests within the WVR2 future land use classification. This interpretation was further upheld by the Board of County Commissioners at their August 13th, 2019 land use hearing. Additionally, in late August, a formal interpretation of the WVR2 future land use classification, job opportunities, and shopping requirements was requested by a private landowner. A formal interpretation letter from the Planning Commission's executive director was returned within 30 days of that request. This matter was later appealed to the Planning Commission for further interpretation. At the November 18th, 2019 Planning Commission, the Planning Commission chose to uphold the executive director's interpretation that job opportunities and shopping requirements needed to be met at the time of the rezoning. As part of this application, the applicant has provided an analysis to identify the non-residential entitlements located within the Wimauma community plan boundary and the entitlements that have been consumed thus far by previous applications. Additionally, the applicant provided a synopsis of other employment opportunities within 7 to 11 mile radius of the proposed site, in which they feel demonstrate employment opportunities that would meet the demand of residential development within the WVR2 future land use category. Currently, there are no available jobs within Wimauma to accommodate this planned development request. In order to comply with the employment requirements of the WVR2, a total of 557 jobs would be needed to accommodate the 654 proposed dwelling units. Therefore, the request is inconsistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Overall, the proposed rezoning would allow for development that's compatible with the existing and planned development pattern found in the surrounding area and meets the intent of the Wimauma Community Plan and future land use element policies with regard to residential development. The application has addressed some of the WVR2 requirements, such as open space. However, the application does not meet the full intent of the goals and strategies of the Wimauma Village Residential 2 requirements due to the lack of employment and services available within the Wimauma Community Plan limits. And based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development inconsistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll move to the zoning hearing master's recommendation summary.
At this time, I'll provide a brief summary of the recommendation of the zoning hearing master. The zoning hearing master stated that the applicant is requesting to rezone approximately 327 acres combined sending and receiving sites from the agricultural rural zoning district to a planned development zoning district under the terms of the WVR2 future land use category that provides for an allowable transfer of development rights. The project consists of 2 non-contiguous sites that will allow the transfer of density 98 units consistent with the WVR2 plan provisions from the sending site, the south parcel, to the receiving site, the north parcel. The receiving site, the north parcel, is proposed to allow 516 residential units with the permissibility for a residential support use. 138 units will remain within the sending site on the south parcel. This parcel also provides an option for a public school or residential and residential support uses. The zoning hearing master found that the applicant has demonstrated that the development providing allowable clustering ratios, which are in excess of the minimum clustering ratio of 3.5, complies with the applicable WVR2 comprehensive plan policies. The applicant is clustering residential units in order to achieve densities in excess of 1 dwelling unit to 5 gross acres, as well as providing a residential support use, thus meeting the intent of policy 48.1 and 48.2 of the future land use element. The zoning hearing master, in his report, rejected the Planning Commission's staff interpretation of the employment and services requirement of WVR2. That interpretation, which was was supported by the board with a vote on in August 2019. The zoning hearing master went on to state that the Planning Commission presents their report that interprets that the Wamama Village residential category requires employment and services to exist to support new residential development. The zoning hearing master stated that there is, however, competent substantial evidence in the record that demonstrates that such language does not exist within the comprehensive plan and was not intended by the text of the plan. The zoning hearing master stated that to the extent that this recommendation finds that evidence does not support an interpretation that the employment and services requirement be met prior to zoning, the tracking of employment and service uses is nonetheless required by the WVR2 plan category, and the applicant's recommended condition satisfies the necessary annual tracking requirement. The zoning hearing master found that overall the proposed rezoning would allow for development that is compatible with the existing and planned development pattern found in the surrounding area and consistent with the comprehensive plan, including the Wamama Village community plan. The zoning hearing master therefore recommended approval.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to rebuttal by the applicant.
Ready? Yeah. Cami Corbett again for the record. As Ms. Lundgren stated, the zoning hearing master has recommended approval of this rezoning. And I just want to point to you to some of the evidence that's in the record that supports his finding. It's a large record, I understand, but I think the best evidence with respect to what the intent of the community plan was is found at finding of fact 24 of the zoning hearing master's case, where he references application PD 10-0147, which is the rezoning that was the first rezoning that was taken in the Waimama Village category, and after the community plan was adopted. I'd like to show you some of the evidence that is in the transcript. And you cannot see that, but this comes from what I have labeled at the top. This is pages 217 and 219 of Clerk's Evidence Volume 1. And you'll see there was a letter from Bev Griffin of the Sierra Club that was read into the record that says the Waimama Village residential classification that the Planning Commission cooked up is a recipe for future sprawl. So Judy James, who was representing the applicant, said, so basically the opposition is telling you that they didn't like the original Waimama Village plan. It's been cooked up as a recipe for future sprawl. This plan, under the Waimama Village plan, the award-winning plan that we have adopted, was actually specifically passed based on the clustering in order to discourage sprawl. And he said, if you look at the Planning Commission staff report, they use the correct numbers regarding the amount of jobs that would be created. Going on to the next page, and she says, this is exactly what the Waimama Village said they wanted when the plan was adopted. Moving on to pages 207 and 210 of Clerk's Evidence Volume 1, you can see that Commissioner Smith testified in opposition to this rezoning. She was questioning where will all the jobs and services go, perhaps to Fort Lonesome. And then moving on to Melissa Zornita's testimony, the middle of the page. It begins, this is page 220 and 221 of the Clerk's Evidence Volume 1. And her testimony continues that the applicant has to be able to show that jobs are necessitated by the number of dwelling units that they're proposing. It can be provided within the employment centers. So this record in 2010 is perhaps the best record of how the plan was being interpreted back in 2010. Fast forward to 2019, and now there is a different interpretation that's being advanced by the Planning Commission. Some of the most compelling testimony I found in this record was that of Commissioner Ferlita. Commissioner Ferlita and Commissioner Beckner were known as big proponents of community plans and citizens, and they often sided with citizens over developers. But in this instance, Ms. Ferlita says just one closing statement, and we've discussed this at length, and we've talked about different issues, but we've talked about the sacredness and the amount of respect we have for community plans. This is keeping in with the community plan. She goes on to say, we can't pick and choose when we like what's in the community plan, what the community plan says, and we respect it when it's something that maybe we don't like so much, which I don't like this so much. And she voted in favor of that rezoning in 2010. And as you heard, all of the substantial competent evidence in the record this morning supports a finding of the consistency with a comprehensive plan and the land development code, but for this differing interpretation of policy 48.1. There is no substantial competent evidence in the record that this proposed rezoning is inconsistent with the growth management strategy of the comprehensive plan. The growth management strategy of the comprehensive plan is implemented through the specific plan policies and through your land development code. Issues like schools, school concurrency, roadway improvements, water, sewer, and fire are all addressed through the site development process. And there are impact fees that the development community pays for their proportionate share of their impacts to those systems. All of those impact fees have been updated within the last 18 months, and this development will be subject to those new fees and any new fees that come between now of the time of the zoning and the time that the site is developed. And I'm confident that this commission will ensure to take measures to ensure that those impact fees are updated. And with that, we respectfully request approval, your approval this morning.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're concluded there. We'll move to board discussion. And Commissioner Smith, you are recognized.
Thank you. South County is drowning in sprawl. Poorly planned development is overcrowding their roads and schools, stressing the water supply system, and stressing fire rescue services. There are many letters of opposition in this case file begging us to consider the impacts of this proposal for more sprawl outside the urban service area in South County. Some of these, anyway, I think it may be a misimpression given when the county attorney read out, there were for a few people who had signed up for opposition. So I want to make sure it's on the record that there are many letters testifying in opposition to this zoning. Let me start with schools. There is not adequate capacity in the schools. Shields and Leonard are over capacity now. The TTT Sumner School may bring additional capacity, but with all the development that has already been approved, which is counting on that, the school district in their comments is not able to commit to placing these high school students there, and there's no indication of where the elementary and middle schools will go. This plan includes a possible internal school site, but that is very poorly planned with several problems. The location of the school site they're offering is in the wholly separate southern sending site where they're sending the residential to the northern site, which is completely separated. So the school site is isolated from the rest of the PD. It's on the farthest eastern edge of the property, 1.5 miles outside the urban service area. So it's disconnected from Waimama Town Center and disconnected even from most of its own housing, which is being removed from this part and sent to the completely separate northern receiving site. The only access is on County Road 579. They didn't mention they're asking for design exceptions, I don't think, and that will leave the road substandard. The school site is only 25 acres. Most recent school sites have been twice that size and larger. We have no indication of how the internal pickup and drop off will work on such a small site, and none of this is adequately planned out to warrant approval of this plan at this time. Just for the record, I want to note that the extension of water and sewer to the school site under the ILA with the schools has issues for this site this far outside the urban service area. Of course, transportation is a nightmare here, and without the jobs in retail required by the comprehensive plan to support these houses, this will simply be another subdivision full of commuters. This proposal increases car trips by 8,130 a day for a total of 8,830 trips per day added to the roads. Because they are not meeting the Waimama Community Plan requirements for local jobs and services, all these trips will be adding traffic throughout South County, making our traffic problems worse. By the way, much of this traffic will end up in Tampa, thousands of trips a day by the additional residents who will have no transit option, no alternatives, but to drive to their jobs and shopping and services in Tampa every day. Bishop Road 579, they have issues. The transportation connectivity required by the Waimama Community Plan is lacking. The Waimama Community Plan has specific requirements for road access and connecting the grid that are not being met. The community character is not planned for. There's no design standards to show how this will fit in with Waimama. It's just a vague bubble plan. And all of this relates to the comprehensive plan policies regarding the timing of development. It is entirely within our purview to find that this development is premature, possibly approvable in the future, but premature today, given the lack of infrastructure capacity and the lack of jobs. We are not bound to approve development that creates commuter subdivisions so far out in the rural area. The Planning Commission tells us this is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, so our county staff is not supporting it. The WVR2 category requires residential development to occur with sufficient jobs and commercial services in place locally at the time of the rezoning application. And the analysis conducted by the Planning Commission staff finds that the project does not meet this requirement. Waimama residents have made it clear that they want growth within their community plan area to become a part of their community instead of just adding separate subdivisions full of commuters out in the rural area driving out of the community every day to work in Tampa. We commissioners have a fiscal responsibility to avoid adding commuter subdivisions sprawling far out into the rural area because of the costs of infrastructure. It's irresponsible for us to continue adding thousands and thousands of commuters to the roads in areas like this where there are not anywhere near enough jobs and services for them. So everyone has to pile onto the roads at rush hour every day and drive into Tampa. Finally, regarding the zoning hearing master's interpretation of the Waimama Community Plan, some of the allegations and insults made by Mr. Peterson against staff and myself are not worth responding to, but I would just like to tell the new commissioners that I myself participated in the Waimama Community Plan. I've been engaged in the updating process. I've been engaged with the community, and we've heard from several of the original architects of the plan who all agree with the original interpretation of that plan's requirements for commercial support of residential. I'm flabbergasted to hear the applicant trot out bits of testimony from a 2010 rezoning completely out of context, from a completely different case, and twisting them to make an entirely different point. I hope you all will take those as irrelevant to the case in front of us. The plan is, the Waimama Community Plan is quite specific, with specific math calculations for how much commercial per residential is required by their plan, which is part of our comprehensive plan in the livable communities element of our comp plan. They have calculations of how many people per house and how many jobs would be needed. And in this case, as Ms. Mills' analysis that was read to us shows, those calculations show a total of 557 jobs would be needed in the town center of Waimama to accommodate the 654 proposed dwelling units. Those jobs are not there in Waimama. The County Commission has made it clear that we concur with the Planning Commission director's interpretation of this jobs requirement in the comp plan. The board voted on this, and we have reiterated it now in other hearings. And I can tell you, I was there. This is the proper interpretation designed by the citizens of Waimama. Our county attorneys have made it clear that we are the final arbiters, us county commissioners are the final arbiters of our comprehensive plan. We write the plan, we amend it. So naturally, we decide how to interpret it. This zoning hearing master, Mr. Jamie Scarola, is not only wrong in his interpretation, he's outside his purview in contradicting the established interpretation of the Planning Commission and the County Commission in our interpretation. He's acting outside the chain of command here. He is acting outside the fact that we have the final authority. He's disregarding that, and he does not have the authority to interpret our comprehensive plan any which way differently than we have decided. We are the higher authority on this matter. And so with that, I will move denial.
Thank you. We have a motion to deny. Do we have a second? Hello? Did I hear a second?
Yeah, I seconded.
Okay. Thank you. So we have a motion to deny by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Overman. Commissioner Myers, you're recognized.
Yeah, I like to move because I'm not going to deny the project, but that the applicant come back to this board and identify how jobs will occur and how services will be offered to the local residents. That is my motion.
You're out of order to make a motion at this time. You'd have to make a
The motion, and then I'll make a substitute.
okay, so you're saying that you're going to make a substitute motion, although that doesn't speak to the main motion.
I'll catch it on.
If this is a substitute, Ms. Lundgren.
It sounds to me that we may be looking at a substitute motion, and what I'm hearing from Commissioner Myers, the substance of that would really require a remand to provide additional material and evidence regarding the jobs requirement. So I think that could become the substitute motion that she's seeking.
And point of order, that substitute motion for a remand would be in order.
Yes.
Are you making that motion, Commissioner Myers?
Yes.
Okay, I'll second that.
We have a substitute motion for a remand, and we have a by Commissioner Myers and a second by Commissioner White. Okay. So I'm just looking here, Mr. Hagan, or Commissioner Hagan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask the applicant their opinion or thoughts on a remand.
Please stand by.
Cami Corbett for the record. We would certainly, we're welcome and open to a remand to figure out what additional information we can provide based on regarding the jobs in the area.
Commissioner Hagan?
I'm having difficulty being recognized. I'm having difficulty being recognized by the chair, I think. I just want to ask a question, if I could.
Madam Chair?
Can you hear me?
Is seeking to be recognized. I'm not sure if you can hear him.
I can hear him, but I just didn't see his hand up, but it doesn't appear. Can everyone hear me?
I apologize. Something is wrong temporarily with my iPad to be recognized, so you couldn't see my hand. I just wanted a little clarification as to what exactly it is that we're asking the applicant to do. What specific information are we asking to be brought back?
And I suppose that would go to Commissioner Myers to respond to.
Yes, identify how the jobs will occur and services will be offered to the local residents down in the Waimama area. That's what I'm asking the applicant to identify, so that we would know. Discussion, that seems what it's boiled down to, how would jobs and services will be offered in the area.
Any?
That's all.
And I don't see any other commissioners at this time. Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Yes. I wonder if the Planning Commission could possibly explain the jobs requirement that is in the plan that is not being met, that is the basis for their denial, and it might help Commissioner Myers understand the issue here is, well, that particular issue is not something that can, in my view, be addressed by the remand. But let's ask, I'd like to ask Ms. Mills to explain that.
Sure.
There's things up.
Sure. To clarify, policy 48.1, in which the interpretation was made, in order, or it reads, the ability to obtain the maximum densities and/or densities permitted within the Waimama Village Residential 2 land use classification shall be dependent on the extent to which developments are planned to achieve on-site clustering. In order to achieve densities in excess of 1 dwelling units per 5 gross acres in the WVR2 category, development shall achieve a minimum cluster ratios, job opportunities and provisions and shopping provisions required by the plan, except as noted by the zoning exception found in the implementation of section of the future land use element. So basically, the job opportunities and shopping opportunities must be in existence at the time of the rezoning in order for an applicant to receive 2 dwelling units per acre. So they actually have to be there, like as right now.
And if I may follow up, they have to be in the Waimama, according to the Waimama Community Plan, they have to be within the Waimama Town Center, because that's what the Waimama community wanted. They wanted to build up their town center with development and have the jobs provided in their town center in the urban area. So they have this specific calculation of how many need to be there at the time we grant the residential. And the Planning Commission's analysis has shown that math is not met. They don't have enough jobs in the town center at this time to support those residences as required by the Waimama Community Plan. So thanks.
Okay, Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. I think here lies the actual problem. I am hearing, not only in this hearing, but in multiple hearings and all of the development that's going on in that particular area, is the goal of the community plan is to connect, residential to the businesses in such a way that people can actually not only work in the area, live in the area, but also thrive in the area. The challenge we have is this particular project is sort of outside that boundary and doesn't connect the connectivity to the Waimama Business District. While there has been some illustration we've seen today that indicates that the road would be improved, not to the level that would create a connectivity level that would allow someone safely to walk down a highway in order to get to Waimama to do business. So while I'm hearing and will support the idea to remand, the challenge we have is this is ahead of the infrastructure that's in the area. It's not proposing, although it is proposing some connections to Berry Bay. But again, that just puts it through another community that actually doesn't create the connectivity to the businesses and the jobs that would allow the individuals that live in that area to continue to be able to take advantage of the businesses and be able to move with the connectivity that is described in the community plan. So I will support the remand in order to continue the dialogue on how this whole area continues to grow. But it does seem to be excess capacity at this level without the connectivity associated with the project, as well as to the jobs that are desired by the Waimama community. And I'll stop there.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else signed up to speak, but I will say this, and I appreciate that it's trial by fire for Commissioners Cohen and Myers. I can understand this is so overwhelming. We've had numerous hearings on this. We've had remands on this. And I'll just say that I wouldn't support a remand. However, because I don't think it will result in the answer to the question that Commissioner Myers has. In fact, this has been, I think, remanded at least twice and has only, I think, further confused the issue. But I would support a continuance if there were an opportunity for Commissioner or I would at least suggest, a continuance in lieu of a remand to get more education or to be have a greater sense of this. I would like to, however, again, Commissioner Smith, you've done an outstanding job. I think there's been nothing but confusion as we've had a hearing master try to suggest that his decision is somehow takes a precedence over the board's interpretation of our comprehensive plan. And I think that is the that's what's been here. So I just, for the new members of the board, I just want to say, so this Waimama Plan Village, the comprehensive plan, and as Commissioner Smith said, we have here one of the founding authorities for the community plan of Waimama actually being there. It's like being able to talk one of the founding fathers about what the constitutional discussion actually was. I can't think of a better witness here. But the comprehensive plan doesn't require us to increase densities in planned villages just because it's requested. This is page 1 of our comprehensive plan. Planned villages like these are self-supporting communities that plan for a balanced mix of land uses, including residential, commercial, employment, and the supporting services such as schools, libraries, parks, and emergency services. The intent is to maximize internal trip capture and avoid the creation of single-dimensional communities that create urban sprawl. Timing is critical in our comprehensive plan. It speaks to it over and over again. Whether the timing of a development is appropriate is always an important consideration for this board. That's our role in the process, the timing of growth. From page 4 of our comprehensive plan, the objective is to manage the timing of coordinated development with infrastructure, transportation, transit services, and other public services such as schools, recreational facilities in a financially feasible manner, which has been spoken to in so many ways, laid out by Commissioner Smith. Also, in Objective 48 of the Waimama Village Plan, it says, in order to avoid a pattern of development that could contribute to urban sprawl, it's the intent of this category to designate the Waimama Village residential areas inside the boundaries of the Waimama Plan that are suited for agricultural development in the immediate horizon of the plan, but may be suitable for expansion of the village as described in the plan. And one of the ways that Waimama, during their when they pass their community plan, determine the suitability is looking at existing job opportunities. I should clarify, this is not about the opportunities in building the houses or construction jobs to do that. It is the existing neighborhood commercial, retail job opportunities that are there, that exist at the time. These are measured in terms of square feet of commercial, office, light industrial, government services, and neighborhood development, residential support uses, etc. So we should follow our prior decision and the staff and planning commission's guidance as to the timing of jobs, because the jobs aren't there at this time. And I will support, I'm sorry, I misspoke before, a denial of the application. I think that a continuance rather than a remand might be more in order to get Commissioner Meyer's questions answered. But I would urge you too, I thought it was interesting that Mr. Peterson spoke to the WTL Associates report, of which we really haven't even been indulged in here at this board, but should have been. It's a market study of South County, and I've been reading it over, and just the information in it is extraordinarily supportive, actually, of what we have been contending for a couple years. And the recommendations are to reconcile unintended balances between market demand and planning entitlements for South County development projects. It says that market findings confirm that planning approvals have exceeded the demonstrated market demand in this part of South County. This is a study that we really should be delving into, that we had WTL, an outside consultant, do for us, and they prepared, I think it's a 155-page report. It's very explicit and very, very good. And it further says that, has other recommendations with regards that I would certainly like to follow up on. But one of the others is to look at complete a comprehensive cost-benefit analysis of redevelopment in South County. That as well has not been done at this time. I would say very clearly that the timing of this is not appropriate, that we have denials not supported by development services, inconsistent with the plan, and we have the community that has been very active and very vocal about wanting jobs in place for trip capture, for to no longer continue to build single communities, of only single family houses, sprawl subdivisions without infrastructure in place. They've been very clear. So with that said, I won't be supporting the remand today. I think it might be more appropriate if we had a continuance if people were uncomfortable. But I think that the better way would be to continue if there's more information needed. I also wouldn't support that at this time, but I would think it would be the better answer. Commissioner Cohen, I see your hand. I can see it on the screen is up. Is that from before, or do you?
Excuse me. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In terms of whether it's a remand or a continuance, I'll be happy to support whatever Commissioner Myers wants to do. But I just want to ask one question, and that, or make one statement, and that is that there's a bigger question here than the details of this plan, and that has to do with who is the final arbiter of the comprehensive plan. Is it the Board of County Commissioners? Is it the Planning Commission? Is it subject to the opinion of the zoning master? We have different arguments being made about who ultimately decides what this plan says. And to me, that goes to the very heart of the decision that we're ultimately going to make. Did the board's vote on, I believe it was in August of this year, is that binding? Or is it not? And does it bind future boards, or does it not? There's a real big question being argued multiple ways in this case that I think, if there's going to be some time, needs to be clarified. And that's all. Thanks.
That has been clarified before, but for the new commissioners, maybe we can unequivocally, it is, I will say unequivocally, it is the Board of County Commissioners. And we did make that decision. But if we can maybe have legal speak to that.
Commissioner, our position is and has been that the board does have the authority to and the purview to interpret and make recommendations on its comprehensive plan. The board acted to agree and basically support the decision and interpretation by the Planning Commission Director, Ms. Zornita, and that has weight. The Zoning Hearing Master is an independent body. His review occurred in accordance with the zoning process. He's made a recommendation. The board is not bound by that recommendation, but rather has the ability to rely on the substantial competent evidence in the record in the form of the staff recommendations that are before the board. At this time, with the motion on the floor to remand, if that was to proceed, then we could also take that time to educate and speak to the board members, especially the new board members, about the history of this case as well. So that may be part of that process.
In this case, we basically have a rogue zoning hearing master. He's not an attorney, and he's saying that his decision is he's insisting repeatedly, even though cases have been sent to him again and again, that somehow his decision takes precedence over the board and is suggesting legal analysis of this. Confusing. We're not even talking about what this case is about. We're talking about this legal interpretation. So I would like, I will hand over, or maybe someone would like to make this motion, but I'd like to find out, or amendment. I think on remand that we need to, if we pass remand, it needs to be remanded to a different zoning hearing master. someone who might want to, I want to find out about from legal and see if there's someone who might want to make that.
I have my hand raised.
Yes.
Okay. So our decision today, whether or not a different zoning master actually considers the next stages, would be either to remand it or offer a substitute motion to continue it. Is that where we are? Because I'm trying to make sure that.
Right. Nobody has offered us a motion to continue at this point. And you could do a you could do it. I guess we'd have to deal with the remand first. Is that right? And then we, if it were denied, we could do the motion to continue, I believe, because we have two motions out there. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think for the point of order, we would have to address the first vote unless we have a substitute. And I don't hear that we have a substitute yet. Right?
We do. We have the motion to deny.
Okay.
We have the substitute motion to remand.
Okay.
And now I'm asking, I do not think, can we go further, Ms. Lundgren, and do a bit?
Yes. Move to the substitute motion by asking for that remand to go to a different zoning hearing master if staff determines that's legally that's a legal option for us.
Yeah, they can. It's going.
I mean, that would make
From the
sense.
applicant.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you're not recognized, Ms. Corbett. This is a board discussion.
So, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Gormley has advised me that the normal process and policy is to assign a remand to the same zoning hearing master who had previously heard the case. But that's not required. If the board was to so direct, the remand could be scheduled before another zoning hearing master.
I think in my mind, in this case, it'd be extremely important. Commissioner Smith, you're
right. That's my amendment, is to just amend the substitute motion, which was for remand, so that it will go to a different zoning hearing master, so that we can hear somebody else's opinion on this matter that this zoning hearing master has been struggling with. And by the way, the difference between a remand and a continuance also includes reopening the case to the community. So citizens would be able to file for oral argument. They would be able to participate in that remand and become parties of record and then file and appear before us, where a continuance would be limited to the parties of record that we already have, and most of the citizens have not made it through all the red tape to get here. So this would give them a second chance.
Thank you. Very good point. Let's see. Do we have a second to the amendment to remand to go to a different hearing master?
I'll second that. This is Commissioner Overman.
Thank you, Commissioner Overman. So we have a motion and a second. And discussion on that motion, please. Commissioner Myers, you're right.
We have 3 or 4 motions on the floor, and we have not addressed the first motion or the second motion, but we keep adding on to many motions. So I just need a point of clarification, because I thought when I made the motion and Commissioner White seconded the motion, I thought we would have taken action on that motion, and now we've added a different hearing master in all on a motion that we're just trying to get clarification and that we can vote on.
Appropriate order of how we, the rules of order, have us proceed. If it's out of order, please let me know.
Hearing that there's an amendment to the substitute motion, and it would be procedurally in order to address that amendment, address the substitute motion, and proceed accordingly.
Thank you. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just want to state for the record that I will not be supporting the motion to amend to send it to a different zoning hearing master. I believe that taints the process, taints the record, and raises concerns for me about a perception of the board's impartiality in this process.
Commissioner Hagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple questions, one for Adam and one for the applicant. Adam, in my time, I don't ever recall the board remanding to a different hearing master. Have we ever done that?
Commissioner, it's never been remanded specifically by the board. We may have had one instance where a hearing officer was no longer available, so it went to a different hearing officer.
But we've never picked or chosen.
Not that I can recall.
Okay, I never recall that, so I am concerned about it being precedent setting. I would like to also ask the applicant their thoughts on that as well.
I mean, Cami Corbett for the applicant, we would ask that procedurally that it proceed as it normally does. If there is not support for that, and the will of the board is to remand to a separate hearing officer, I don't know that we'll have a choice but to accept that. We certainly prefer to have the remand because we want to be able to provide additional information that Commissioner Myers has requested. A continuance would not allow us to do that.
We have anyone else who wishes to speak at this time? Any other commissioners? Okay. Seeing none, what we have is a motion to remand to a different hearing officer. Motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Overman. Can we please do a roll call?
Kemp?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Cohen? I'm sorry, Commissioner Cohen?
No.
Hagan?
No.
Myers?
No.
White?
No.
Motion failed 3 to 4. Commissioner Cohen, Hagan, Myers, and White voted no.
Okay. Then we return to the remand. The motion for remand made by Commissioner Meyer, seconded by Commissioner Hagan.
Commissioners, if I could announce the remand date for that hearing, it would be February 15th, 2021 at 6 p.m.
Seeing no further discussion on the remand, we'll proceed to a roll call vote.
Kemp?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
No.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 6 to 1. Commissioner Smith voted no.
Which is residential single-family development on 7,000 square foot lot minimums to a planned development to permit 48 homes. Commissioners, this is located in the intersection of Pittsfield Avenue and Timberland Street, and it also has Access is proposed through two other subdivisions, which are platted located to the south and southeast. Commissioners, when we reviewed this, we did not have any issues with compatibility metrics. We felt that the site plan design, the proposal met all those metrics. Our issue, however, is related to a proposed emergency access that our staff believes should be a full access point. And I'm going to let Brian Grady walk you through the aerial to provide you an opportunity to visualize where that access point is, how it will work. There are two access points that are proposed to the south of this project. One is directly to the south and another is to the southeast. To the north, there's pedestrian access. And I'll let Brian walk you through the remainder of it. And we are recommending denial based on the access point issue, and that is the only issue that is driving the denial. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, Commissioners. Brian Grady at Development Services Department. As if you look at the Elmo, the issue regarding the access is in the southeast corner. There's an existing subdivision to the southeast that has an existing road stub out to the property. For the applicant's site plan, what they've proposed in that area is an emergency access point. Per staff's recommendation, we're recommending that be a full access point. And as Mr. Moretta indicated, we're not supportive of the application because they're not providing a full access point. And there's also a proposed pedestrian connection in the northwest portion of the property to Timberlane Road. I will note for the record in the transportation staff review, they did note that if the board were inclined to support this not being a full access connection, that it should be at least emergency with pedestrian and bicycle access. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. And if we can move now to the applicant. I'm sorry, I don't think I opened it for oral argument.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second, sorry.
Okay. It's been open, Commissioner Smith, and seconded by Commissioner Overman. Can we do a roll call?
Chair, we have with the governor's in-person quorum, we do not have one.
Oh, we lost quorum. Okay. Are we going to return to quorum?
I believe you could take the vote as soon as Commissioner Myers returns.
We'll do that. So can we move on and take the vote after, or we have to wait till take a short break?
To just take a moment, and there's a door opening, Commissioner. She's returning.
These meetings can be hard.
Quorum in person now, Chairman.
Okay, great. Okay. So we have a motion to open for oral argument made by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Overman. If we could have a roll call, please.
Kemp?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Great, thank you. So we will move to the applicant. Is the applicant present?
I am. Good afternoon. William Malloy, 325 South Boulevard, Tampa, Florida. I have been sworn. Commissioners, there's actually two issues with this case. The first one is that due to some, I'll just call it a clerical error in the process, the zoning hearing master was not able to review the conditions that we submitted. And I just want to make sure as a point of procedure that that issue is resolved at this point, that those conditions are in the record.
Can we speak to that?
Yes, ma'am. It's confirmed that those conditions are in the record and were in the record at the zoning hearing master hearing. I believe that what the applicant said is correct, that the hearing master simply failed to note their existence in the record.
Great.
So very good, thank you.
You're satisfied there?
So based on that, you'll note that in the ZHM report, the sole basis for the recommendation of denial was in fact the lack of conditions. The ZHM agreed with our position as to the emergency access to the subdivision to the east here. She was very clear to say that was the sole reason for the basis of denial was the lack of conditions. That being said, our traffic engineer, Steve Henry, is here, and I'd like him to explain for you exactly what we're proposing and why we feel it makes sense. It's good planning, fully recognizing the importance of connectivity to this board and to the community. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Steve Henry, Links & Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. One of the reasons why we were looking at this and why we believe that the cross-access isn't necessary in this particular case is that the reality is that you've got our access that goes straight down to Jackson Street. The cross-access, which would go nowhere other than through another neighborhood and right down to Jackson Street. So there is, from a conductivity standpoint, they're both going to the exact same place. They're about 100 feet apart. So there is no ability to go to another road, to go to another neighborhood. It is simply going from here down through this neighborhood as opposed to going through the existing subdivision that this is phase 3 of. So from our standpoint, we don't think that the cross-access serves the purpose that is intended with the code, which is to provide alternative routes for people. In this case, we certainly understand the need for emergency access so that it provides a secondary access for the adjoining subdivision, and it provides a secondary access for our subdivision. So that we understand and we get that. But as far as the providing full cross access, we just don't think it serves the purpose. Thank you.
Commissioners, one more point to make on this. The community is gated. So even if that were a full access point to the adjacent subdivision, it would be gated. It would essentially be one way. It would just be an out for our residents in this PD, again, to get to a road 100 feet away from our driveway. I'm happy to answer any questions about that.
Okay, thank you. And so we'll move next to oral argument. Do we have any parties of record who have filed? I'm not at that file on my.
Madam Chair, no. Mr. Malloy, the applicant's team, were the only filers.
Okay, thank you. So we have no other testimony, and I'm assuming that you'd like to waive your rebuttal.
With no other testimony, I'd like an opportunity to speak after staff does, after the Planning Commission, if that's appropriate.
Okay, okay. I'll allow that. The Planning Commission staff, please.
Unica Mills, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the residential 4 future land use classification, the urban service area, and the Greater Carrollwood community planning area. The request is to rezone from residential single family conventional 6 to a planned development to allow up to 48 detached single family lots at 3.27 dwelling units per acre on a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet. The proposed single-family detached residential would allow development comparable to the development pattern in the surrounding area. The subject property is surrounded predominantly by single-family residential lots. The request is consistent with the intent of the residential 4 future land use classification, which allows residential development. The subject property is located within the urban service area, where 80% or more of new growth is directed for the comprehensive plan policy. Objective 1. The proposed development is consistent with Goal 2 of the Greater Carrollwood-Northdale Community Plan, which seeks to reinforce community identity through maintenance and enhancement of communities' unique characteristics, assets, and physical appearance. New development and redevelopment are required to use compatibility design techniques to ensure the appearance, architectural style, mass, and scale of development is integrated with the existing suburban nature of each neighborhood. The proposed development is comparable and compatible to the surrounding predominantly residential development pattern and is consistent with the vision of the community plan. The application states that an emergency vehicular connection will be provided to the east. A full access will be provided to the south. The proposed use would promote infill development and provide development that is compatible with the surrounding area. However, in order for the project to be in full compliance with the Land Development Code regulations, a full access connection is required to the east instead of an emergency access only as proposed by the applicant. Transportation staff has indicated that the full connection will be needed to comply with the Land Development Code. Policy 9.2 of the future land use element states that developments must meet or exceed requirements of the land development regulations as established and adopted by Hillsborough County, the state of Florida, and the federal government, unless such requirements have been previously waived by those governmental bodies. An emergency-only access to the east also undermines the intent of Policy 16.3, which requires pedestrian and vehicular connections. It also undermines Policy 16.7, which requires connections to residential neighborhoods. Consequently, the request is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. Overall, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning is compatible with the surrounding area. The request would encourage residential development that complements the surrounding character and promotes the vision of the Greater Carrollwood-Northdale Community Plan. However, the planned development would directly undermine Policy 9.2, 16.3, and 16.7 of the future land use element of unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development inconsistent with the future Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go to the zoning hearing master's recommendation.
The zoning hearing master considered the request to rezone approximately 14.74 acres from RSC 6 to planned development for the purpose of developing a maximum of 48 single-family detached homes. 2 access points are proposed. The primary full access point is located to the south on Jackson Landing Place, which is a privately maintained road that connects to Jackson Road. A second access point, or rather emergency access point, is proposed to the east, connecting to Carrollwood Cove Drive, which serves the Carrollwood Cove neighborhood. Pedestrian access is proposed to Timberland Street to the north. The county's Development Services Department, including the county's Transportation Review Section, does not support the rezoning request at the time of the zoning hearing master recommendation, as the Land Development Code requires a second full access point instead of the proposed emergency access point. The Planning Commission found the proposed development compatible with the surrounding area, but does not support the request at the time of the recommendation due to the lack of compliance with the required second full access point. County transportation staff testified at the hearing that Land Development Code section 6.02.01A13 specifically requires access connections to adjacent streets and projects. Furthermore, county staff testified that the Carrollwood Cove community was built with a stub out to the subject property. The Carrollwood Cove project constructed a stub out to the subject property for future access, while the overall intent of cross access is to provide connections between communities and relieve transportation congestion from collector or arterial roadways. Individual projects must be analyzed to ensure that appropriate and logical access is achieved without negatively impacting adjacent communities. A full access point connection to Carrollwood Cove results in an access point that is 250 feet from the subject property's full access point on Jackson Road. The zoning hearing master stated that this does not meet the intent of the land development code in terms of providing cross access, but rather facilitates a parallel road that is not supported by the Carrollwood Cove community, and more importantly, does not improve the overall transportation network. The proposed emergency access provides a necessary secondary access for emergency situations, but protects the adjacent Carrollwood Cove community on a day-to-day basis. The zoning hearing master noted that because the Development Services Department recommended denial of the rezoning, no proposed zoning conditions were proposed. The applicant, according to the zoning hearing master recommendation, did not submit proposed zoning conditions into the record. And for that reason, the zoning hearing master's belief that there were no zoning conditions submitted into the record, the zoning hearing master's recommendation was for denial.
Thank you. And I've allowed for rebuttal at this time.
Commissioners, William Malloy again. I am hopeful that we made a fairly compelling case as to why a full access point in this instance is not warranted. That being said, my instructions are to not let an otherwise very good approvable project fail just based on that point. If it's the commission's pleasure that we open that entirely up, we will, for the sake of the project. But again, we think that the limited access in this instance is very appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Board discussion, Commissioner Hagan, or I guess I should say just the board's pleasure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a classic connectivity issue, which we've seen many times. That is the basis of the recommendation of denial. From a technical basis, I understand and concur with the recommendations. However, if you look at the particular site from a practical standpoint, it really does not make sense to have the second full connection. Our Outland Development Code encourages cross-connectivity. However, as the applicant stated, no significant cross-connectivity is achieved with the second connection. In fact, on the parcel itself, the two connections are about 100 or 150 feet from each other. So it really does not improve access at all. And the Jackson Landing and Carrollwood Cove connections ultimately connect with Jackson Road. As stated in the ZHM report, a full access point connection to Carrollwood Cove results in an access point that is 250 feet from the subject property's primary access point on Jackson Road. This does not meet the intent of the Land Development Code in terms of providing cross-access, but rather facilitates a parallel road that is not supported by the Carrollwood Cove community, and more importantly, does not improve the overall transportation network. The proposed emergency access provides a necessary secondary access for emergency situations, but protects the adjacent Carrollwood Cove community on a day-to-day basis. And it's important to point out, while no one signed up for oral argument, there were a number of individuals that spoke with the ZHM from the Carrollwood Cove community that oppose the full connection. Also, as was stated by staff, both Development Services and Planning Commission find the development to be compatible. It's classified as an infill development. And the backup also states that the site is one of the only remaining large tracts in the area, and the proposed number of lots is lower than the maximum density allowed. So based on all that, having been very familiar with the area, I'm going to move approval with emergency and pedestrian access on Carrollwood Cove. And I'm not sure, are there any other conditions that need to be added? Adam, is that good enough?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, so that'll be my motion.
Second.
By Commissioner Hagan, seconded by Commissioner White, to approve. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we'll take a roll call.
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen, Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. And we will move to Mr.
G6.
Moreta.
Thank you. That brings us to item G6, rezoning plan development 20-0969. This also has oral argument if you want to move for that now.
Thank you. Do we have a motion for?
So moved.
Second? I'm sorry, who said second? Commissioner Overman? Okay. We have a motion to move to oral argument. Commissioner Smith, Commissioner Overman seconding. Roll call, please.
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. And we will, is the applicant present?
Commissioners, if you'd like to go straight to the applicant, that's fine. We had staff that was going to orient you to the
Oh,
site,
I'm
but we can go
sorry,
straight
excuse
to.
me. Go ahead, staff.
Staff is recommending approval. I'll let Michelle go ahead.
No problem.
Michelle Heinrich, our staff.
Good
Go ahead.
afternoon, Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. I have been sworn in. And just to briefly go over the summary of the application, this is a rezoning to allow for 434 single-family units, a commercial node, and potentially a public school on 192.5 acres. The site is located in both the RP2 and Res 4 future land use categories. It is also located in both the urban and rural service areas, and the site is located in the Riverview Community Plan area. The majority of the site is Zone 19-310, which is a plan development approved last year, which is approved for 376 single-family units, a commercial node, and again, potentially a public school. 330 units are located within the RP2 area and 46 within the Res 4 area. This PD is adding additional properties and putting on the Elmo that outlines in the peach colors the areas that are being added relative to the existing PD 19-310. And a little over 2 acres is being added in the RP2 area and 1.89 in the Res 4 area. And the applicants given this are increasing the number of total lots by 58 from 376 to 434. And correspondingly, there is a slight increase in the commercial square footage in the RP2 area and required open space in the RP2 area. As you're well familiar with, in our Plain Villages and RP2, there is a development form that is required to be followed when seeking 2 units per acre. The applicants are meeting the requirements for open space and clustering. They are also meeting the requirement for on-site retail. No waiver is being requested. And we will note that under this PD, the applicants are requesting that a daycare use be proposed to potentially be allowed in the village node. And based on the previous board action and findings that daycare meets the intent of providing daily services to residents, staff development services does not object to that request. There are 2 waivers that are requested. Firstly, the one that 70% of the site provide a 250-foot wide buffer. And the request before you today mirrors what was requested and approved under 19-310. And on the non-school option, the percentage is decreasing from 70 to 29.6. And on the school option plan, it is decreasing from 70% to 21%. Under both scenarios, a 50-foot wide buffer with screening is proposed along the southwest portion of the property. That's delineated in the yellow, and this is from our staff report. The second waiver that is being requested is for the school location in our RP2 or our Plain Village requirements. Those are encouraged to be located inside near the village node. However, just as it was approved under 19-310, They are asking for that school site to be located in this area, in the northwestern portion, immediately adjacent to Rodine. And that was a jointly agreed upon location by the applicant and the school board. Development Services recommends approval, subject to conditions, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Commissioners, good afternoon again. William Malloy, 325 South Boulevard. As Michelle stated, this is a previously approved plan development. I believe it was actually very well received the first time around. We've added about 4 acres of infill parcels, just kind of to firm up the entire plan, which subsequently bumps up the density just a bit. The plan itself is largely the same as you've seen it before. The point of contention and why we're here in oral argument today is the daycare use, which I've argued before that it's a acceptable substitute for what is strictly considered retail in a village node. We'd like the opportunity to entertain that use, at least in this instance, and have it count towards our retail requirement in an RP2 planned village. I know from today and from previous experience that there is some concern that a daycare may be a less intensive use than any sort of retail. And I just do want to throw out there that daycares are regulated by Florida statutes as a minimum. And with 150 student daycare proposed, this would create at least 6 jobs, as many as 25, depending on the amount and age of children that are actually there. There are some design exceptions transportation-wise in the request. We've made one more exception request, I believe, which Steve Henry can speak to if you desire. Other than that, after the Planning Commission speaks, I'd like a chance for rebuttal, and thank you.
Thank you. Do we have, it doesn't appear, do we have any parties of record? Ms. Lundgren?
Madam Chair, we have just the applicant and the applicant's transportation engineer, Mr. Malloy and Mr. Henry. So no parties of record who have filed for oral argument.
Okay. And I'm seeing no request for Mr. Henry at this time. So if unless they would like to take that opportunity right now as part of rebuttal, or
he has requested rebuttal after the staff recommendations are read.
Okay, Planning Commission staff.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the Residential 4 and Residential Plan 2 future land use classifications within the rural area and within the urban service area, and is also located within the Riverview and South Shore area-wide systems community planning areas. The application requests to utilize the planned village concept to develop a rural village consisting of a maximum of 434 single-family homes, a school site, and a village node. A portion of the site is within the urban service area. Within the residential 4 portion of the site, per policy 1.2 of the future land use element, all parcels within the urban service area are to meet minimum density requirements. The proposed development meets this requirement. The purpose of the Residential Plan 2 future land use classification is to promote self-sustainable development. The ability to obtain the maximum intensities and or densities permitted in the Residential Plan 2 future land use classification on parcels 160 acres or greater shall be dependent on the extent to which developments are planned to achieve on-site clustering, meeting the intent of planned village concept, and demonstrate consistency with policies 33.5 and 33.10. The requested design standards for smaller lots within the planned village is consistent with the Residential Plan 2 future land use category, which requires clustering in order to prevent urban sprawl, provide for efficient provision of infrastructure, preservation of open space, and the protection of the environment, meeting the intent of policy 33.6. The proposed use is meeting the minimum clustering requirement of 3.5 units per acre. The applicant has requested a waiver to the 250-foot buffer requirement in certain locations. The applicant has provided a justification to this waiver. The request will not negatively impact any of the surrounding uses. Staff concurs with the buffer waiver and proposed conditions provided by Development Services. The proposed single-family detached development complements the surrounding area. The proposal satisfies the intent of future land use element policy 16.3. The application also satisfies the intent of Goal 12, Objective 12-1, and Policy 12-1.4 of the community design component of the future land use element. Achieving road connectivity is an important component of planned villages. The site demonstrates road connectivity in multiple locations, meeting the intent of Policy 33.11. The site is located within the limits of the Riverview Community Plan, which encourages attractive residential development that complements the surrounding character and promotes housing diversity. Plan Development 191172 is located east of the proposed site, which is approved for a minimum lot size of 4,400 square feet. The proposed use supports residential development that complements the surrounding character. The applicant has requested the allowance of a daycare use to be counted toward the retail requirements as contemplated by the Residential Plan 2 future land use. As per the future land use element definition, a daycare use is considered a residential support use, not retail. Planning Commission staff acknowledges that the Board of County Commissioners has previously approved a daycare use through PRS 19-0529 and deemed it to meet the requirements of future land use element policy 33.10. However, adopted policy language within the comprehensive plan does not include residential support uses to be utilized in lieu of on-site retail. For this reason, Planning Commission staff is unable to find this request consistent with the comprehensive plan. Overall, the plan development would allow development that's compatible with the existing plan development pattern found in the surrounding area and meets the intent of Residential Plan 2 future land use element policies regarding residential development. The application has addressed some of the RP2 requirements such as open space and clustering. However, the application does not meet the full intent of the goals and strategies of the RP2 requirements due to the request to allow a daycare use to meet the retail requirement of RP2 future land use classification. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development inconsistent with the future Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoning hearing master recommendation.
The zoning hearing master considered the request to rezone approximately 192 acres from AR, AS1, and plan development to a single plan development to add approximately 3.93 acres to the already approved plan development and permit development of up to 434 single-family homes with a commercial node and public school. The approved plan development on the subject property is currently approved for 376 single-family homes. The zoning hearing master noted that the Development Services Department supports the application, including a request to use daycare to count toward the required amount of on-site retail / commercial. Development Services staff testified that daycare has been previously approved by the Board of County Commissioners in another planned development in the Riverview area, in PRS 19-529, known as South Fork, to qualify toward the planned village node. The Planning Commission, as you heard, does not support the request as it does not agree that daycare qualifies as a neighborhood retail shopping use, which is a required component of the planned village. Therefore, the Planning Commission found the request to be inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. The zoning hearing master found that the additional acres and associated increase in the number of dwelling units will have a minimal impact to the area as compared to the already approved planned development on site. The proposed daycare land use in the required village node serves to provide a needed service and employment opportunity to the residents of the community. And the zoning hearing master therefore recommended approval of the planned development rezoning.
Thank you. And we will go back for rebuttal now from the applicant.
William Malloy again, Commissioners. I don't have anything substantive to add. I believe it's a very good, well-planned, comprehensive project, and it meets every bit of criteria there is, other than this, what really is a technicality about a daycare being retail or residential support. And based on the precedent that this board has given us before to that issue, we very respectfully ask for your support this time again. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And we'll move to board discussion. Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for all the presentations. I've always thought that that buying services is what we considered retail, but apparently buying someone taking care of your child is not. So I'm going to support this item largely because I do believe it does support the ability for people to go to work because they have a place for their children to be safely. And the square footage really doesn't lend itself fully towards a grocery store or something of that size. I also want to comment to the effect that the allocation as far as the school is concerned, to urge the school board to begin negotiating as quickly as possible because this does appear to be a good school district location in an area that is well over capacity. So preserving this space for schools is critically important to the entire development, along with the surrounding developments in the area. So I'll move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second? Do we have a second? No second apparently fails for.
Seconded.
Did I hear? I'm sorry, I didn't hear a second.
Commissioner White seconded. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, I can hear you. I didn't hear Commissioner White. Okay.
Chair, with your hearing the people in the room. Those of us that are at the dais have been seconding motions all morning, and it's certainly no fault of yours, but something is wrong with the system in that you're clearly not able to hear us.
Yeah, sorry. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. We're almost through this, and we'll see. Maybe we can fix that in the future. I know I had that issue when once before with people in the room, actually. And Commissioner Smith, you are recognized.
Thank you. And I agree with Commissioner Overman that it makes sense to include the daycare use among the commercial requirements for the RP2 and WVR2 rural villages, where we're trying to, the idea is to provide jobs and services internally to make a real village, to capture some trips. I think a daycare center does provide a few jobs, and as you say, it certainly does provide services and would at least capture those trips to a daycare center. So I would just like to suggest in our afternoon session about the, as we start looking at the comp plan amendments for RP2 and WBR2, that might be something to, I'm hoping that we're going to retain some element of the village concept with commercial jobs and services and retail serving these rural villages. But we might consider adding things like daycare service to broaden the definitions of what that is, to to make sense for the purpose of it. Thank you.
Great. Good point. And seeing no other hands up, we have a motion by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner White in the room. And roll call, please.
Kemp,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay, so we will go to adjournment, but before I do that, we have as we know, a workshop scheduled to immediately follow this. And I have to tell you, I need at least a short break. I don't know how others feel. Do we have anyone else want to chime in? I'm thinking about moving it for 45 minutes till 2 o'clock. I don't know I'm up there to entertain short or however people are feeling.
Commissioner, can I just have to ask, I am I'm not able to stay beyond 3 o'clock, so I just wanted to make that known. We won't be voting on anything, but I would like to participate in the workshop as much as possible.
Mm-hmm. How about if we did just a half-hour break till 1:45? That gives an hour and 15 minutes, and maybe, I don't know if we had to, I understand that. Any other thoughts about this? I know, I am too. So is it, I'll adjourn and we could resume at 1:45, and Commissioner Overman, hopefully that'll give you enough time. And if not, maybe we could schedule a second workshop, since this has been so compressed and this has taken a lot of time this morning. It's a long day. Great. Okay, with that, we're adjourned until 1:45.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.